Doing well, sir.
Good. Trust everyone's had a good day today.
Yes.
That's good. That's good. That's good.
Has everybody found their warm weather clothes? I think we're gonna need them.
You're probably right, Mr. Shriver. It's about
Did
that.
you, Mr. Chairman, did you just say that?
Did I say it? Mr. Shriver, listen to me very closely.
Okay.
I said you're probably right.
Indeed you did, sir. Indeed you did.
Well, if you don't have your warm weather clothes, if you have trees in your yard and have a few acorns around, pine trees, you certainly can rake enough to get warm. My yard is full of leaves and pine needles. But the squirrels are very active. Has anybody else got a lot of squirrels this year?
I do.
Every year.
Every
Every year.
So this is my first year seeing as many as there are this year.
They live with me.
Oh, they live with you. Okay. Mr. Speed?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Then I'm going to ask you to give us an opening prayer, if you will.
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this day and our many blessings. We ask that you lay your healing hand on those in need and heal them with your touch. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Amen. It is indeed almost that time. We have about 1 minute left. And as soon as the dial hits 7, we're going to ask that Coy will post the flag, and we're going to ask you to, we're going to call the meeting to order and ask you to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. It is now 7 o'clock, and we want to call this meeting of the Franklin County Board of County Commissioners to order. If you would stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and justice for all. You may be seated. We will have our roll call. Ms. Dickinson.
Here.
Mr. Shriver.
Here.
Mr. Speed.
Here.
Mr. Jones.
Here.
Mr. Bunn.
Here.
Mr. Foy.
Here.
All right, we're all present. The first item on our agenda is the consent agenda. What is your pleasure?
I'd like to have item C or D removed for just a question.
Are you saying C or D or C and D?
C and D.
All right, would you make that a motion, please?
Yes. Make a motion to have those two C and D removed for a question.
We get a second?
Second.
The second by Mr. Bunn. All right, Ms. Dickinson,
Yes.
Mr. Shriver,
Yes.
Mr. Speed,
Yes.
Mr. Bunn,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Foy.
Yes.
All right. The yeses have it, so ordered. All right.
Okay. My question is, reading to the agenda item here, it's a storage space. Can somebody tell me exactly what storage space is? Is it a little mini storage, or is it a tea hanger, or is it a parking spot, or just what is a storage space?
It's Commissioner Foy, it's literally a storage space. It's where some people who have aircraft that are not in a hangar can have a destination point there at the airport where they can store miscellaneous things they may need for their aircraft, or to just to have it there. So
Size wise.
oh gosh,
I mean,
couldn't
just
think-
roughly. I mean, I don't mean you down to the inch.
I would say there may be 15, 20 feet deep and maybe 10, 12, 15 feet wide. At
Okay.
least one of these in particular is, because I know this gentleman. I've been by there and actually asked him, and he talked to me a little bit. So I saw his spot. So
Mr. Foy, I know that Bo Carson, our airport director, is on the call. Mr. Foy, Coy would have to let him in as a panelist to speak,
Yeah,
but he's on the call, so he can answer you if you'd like.
Let Bo in so he can give us the clarity on this.
He knows more than I do about those specifics.
Are you with us, Bo? See your name.
Yes, sir. Sorry about the darkness. I didn't expect to be put on the call, but happy to answer any questions. I heard Commissioner Foy's question about the storage space out at the airport. Commissioner Shriver was correct. It's about 600 to 700 square feet in size. Those dimensions that he mentioned is about accurate. It depends upon the unit, but they are non-heated and non-air conditioned. And they are storage units for typical purposes of storing aircraft equipment or storage for our tenants that may actually lease those space at the airport.
So you say it's about 600 or 700 square foot.
Yes, sir. Somewhere in that range. The typical hangar for the aircraft run about 12 to 1,300 square foot. So this space is actually a lot smaller than what you would put an aircraft in.
Right, I wouldn't think, but 600-700 square foot's pretty good space. I just wondered by the amount, $60 a month. That's pretty good price.
Yes, sir. And we just raised that a couple of months ago. So historically, they've been $50 a month. And as of 2 or 3 months ago, I raised that price to $60 a month.
All right, that's all I have.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you so much, Bo.
Yes, sir.
All right, what's the pleasure for the consent agenda?
move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved by whom?
Mr. Shriver.
Shriver, and
Sir.
second by whom?
Second.
Mr. Jones. Are there any questions? No questions, Ms. Dickinson?
Yes.
Mr. Shriver?
Yes.
Mr. Speed?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Bunn?
Yes.
Mr. Foy?
Yes.
Yes, it's having, and it is so ordered. Item 2 on the agenda is comments from the public. This is a time that's set aside by the Board of Commissioners to allow individuals to address the board on issues concerning the county. Members of the public who would like to make public comments must register by emailing the address on the agenda before 12 noon on Monday, November the 16th, which was today. You must include your name, address, comment, topic, phone number you will be calling from, and email address. You'll be recognized by video or phone call using the instructions that's listed at the beginning of this agenda for comments in the order that you registered. The time limit for each speaker shall be 5 minutes, with a total time limit set aside for informal public comments totaling 30 minutes. Vulgarity and abusive comments will not be tolerated. We have, I believe there are three people who signed up for public comments. One being Kyle Richardson. Mr. Richardson, if you are on, if you would state your name and give your address for the benefit of the clerk.
Mr. Chairman, I don't see Mr. Richardson on right now.
All right. All right, then we'll move to the next person. That's Scott Strickland. Mr. Strickland, if you would state your name and address for the benefit of the clerk.
Scott Strickland, 40 Sheila's Lane, Lewisburg, North Carolina, 27549. I'd like to know how many houses have been hooked up since this broadband has started. This time limit is just going out of proportion with the broadband. It seems to me that ain't no house has been contacted in the White Level area since they went on the thing. The only thing they've done is hooked up the Wi-Fi out at Bull Creek. golf course out there at the place out there. And I mean, our kids depend on this, and we put a lot of money into this, and we need to be on top of this. I mean, I applied for the White Level Lions Club out there on White Level Road. I ain't heard a thing in a year from them. And I think it's high time that they be contacting some people about getting this thing hooked up. And the second thing is we need to stay on top of this emergency radio system. The last thing we need is to drop that ball on that, because it's getting worse every day. Pages went out over the weekend that was unacceptable. It just, we need to stay on top of that. And I thank y'all what you do, and have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. The next speaker is Frank Winstead. Mr. Winstead, if you would give us your name and address for the benefit of the clerk. Mr. Winstead? Is he with us, Corey?
Yes, I gave him permission to talk.
Mr. Winstead, it appears that, okay, there we go.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Winstead.
Hello,
Go right
can you hear
ahead.
me?
Give us your name and
Okay.
address.
This is Frank Winstead. Okay, this is Frank Winstead, 145 Victoria Court, Youngsville, North Carolina, 27596773945. At your last meeting, an attempt was made to spend millions of taxpayer dollars for Taj Mahal-style offices to accommodate undisclosed members of the interim county manager's crew. The soon-to-be chair and the soon-to-be vice chair of the board questioned the need for these luxuries. Through their leadership, this extravagant spending has been delayed by a bipartisan and unanimous effort of the commissioners, who insisted that the matter be investigated and scrutinized. So tonight, a mere $101,000 for software services may not sound like much. It is even on the consent agenda. The 10-page enrollment agreement available in the agenda packet only has two actual tidbits of useful information. Under 5CII1, there is a month-to-month payment option. This could be used to delay this expense so as to give the next board an opportunity to decide whether the 3-year contract is appropriate. Well, y'all have already approved this expense with tonight's consent agenda, but I do see in your procedures for meetings of the Franklin County Board of Commissioners, revised 2008, that Section 4, action by the board, paragraph M, does allow for a motion to reconsider. So until y'all adjourn tonight, sometime after your secret session, you can still change anything you have voted on in this meeting. The other tidbit of info that the agreement is for 250 users. Is that an appropriate number for the county? I don't know. I got distracted when trying to find the number of county employees. I stumbled upon Indeed.com, where there is a posting for the assistant county manager's job. So there was absolutely no advertising for the county manager's job, but the assistant county manager's job is advertised on a national website. Does this mean that the new interim county manager does not think anybody currently working for the county is an ideal fit for promotion? Maybe the $100,000 plus salary would not interest any current employee. Why the ad does not even mention a car allowance? Have a better night, y'all. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Winstead. Item number 3 on our agenda is public hearing. Members of the public who would like to participate in public hearings can share their comments in one of 2 methods. Share comments during the meeting using Zoom. If you wish to address the board, you must register on the website before 12 noon today. And include your name, your address, the public hearing that you wish to comment on, and the comments will be shared with the board and made a part of the official record. Rezoning request, A, the board is asked to conduct a public hearing and consider approval of a rezoning request by Wade Moore Equipment Company to rezone 189.38 acres at 914 East River Road in Lewisburg, North Carolina, Lewisburg Township, from light industrial, residential 40, conversation district, to heavy industrial. Planning and Inspection Director Scott Hammerbacher will be here to make the presentation. Mr. Hammerbacher?
Yes, sir, and thank you. Good evening to you all. Coy, if I could, I need to share my screen. Okay, thank you. Okay, so before us, we have a rezoning request has been submitted from representatives from Wade Moore Equipment Company to rezone approximately 190 acre or just a hair under that property along East River Road from light industrial and R40 conservation district to heavy industrial. First thing I want you to note is the top map here. If you can see my mouse here, is the existing quarry site. It's been in existence based on the records we've seen since 1968 for the current mining facility there. You can see that we have a few undeveloped tracts surrounding the area, and then we do have some residential uses across the street, essentially, and neighboring this property. Listed below, you can see the area again, which is currently a zoned, light industrial and conservation district. And the applicant has requested or stay within a rezoning application that they're seeking to larger operations or to vary their operations to include things such as asphalt plant, ready mixed concrete, mulch, and perhaps a rock quarry storage or sales. One thing I want to just make perfectly clear this evening, this rezoning request, should it ultimately be approved, and rezone the property to heavy industrial, the proposed uses that the applicant stay within their application would still require a special use permit, which would go through a similar procedure where it would require a planning board review and board of commissioner approval. But right now, this is a legislative decision, and the question before the board going forward will be whether it is appropriate to rezone this property to heavy industrial, considering the nature of the surrounding areas. The current land use plan has the area designated as agricultural residential, currently along East River Road. We experienced about 2,200 daily trips a day, and there is not water or sewer present on the site. I'd be happy to answer any questions the board may have at this time, and also like to note or direct our IT staff that the applicant, John Fraser, I believe, is on the call this evening as well, should he want to provide any other input before we open the public hearing. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Hammerbacher?
I have a few, Mr. Chairman.
Go right ahead.
So I've had a few conversations regarding this here before us tonight. One concern is the safety of the Tar River. I guess that stream runs, it connects to two parcels, pieces of the parcel. Is that correct?
Yes, there's a stream located along the
stream there,
along this area, and then also along this boundary here. Yes, sir.
Right. Is there any concern with regards to protecting that area being protected, or do they have to go through like the DENR or something like that also too with this in order to make that work?
Right now, I mean, this has been in existence prior to the county's adoption of zoning in 1968. My understanding is they are under supervision of the state for their mining permit on this. Going forward, any new uses would have to meet any new requirements. Certainly, any development of floodplain would have extra scrutiny. If it is to be considered at all. This day and age, we have the riparian buffer requirements. We also have the Neuse River, I mean, not Neuse River, I apologize. So the Tar Pamlico nutrient requirements. So any new development, meeting those thresholds would have to adhere to our current regulations at this day and time.
Yeah, that's what I was wanting to be sure, that there wouldn't be some type of grandfathering under the old quarry, that they wouldn't have to be sure that those checks and balances were reviewed. Is there any concern about farms and the cropland in that area? Evidently, the asphalt seems to have gotten some people's attention and concern. Basically, just the permeability of sand in that area. That the soils are very sandy, obviously, and some of the toxins that are involved in the process of making tar or asphalt could be a concern to local wells and things like that for residents on that road.
Sure. I wouldn't want to speak prematurely at this point. Certainly any asphalt plant, I'm fairly certain that requires an air quality permit from the state and any other associated permits for those, but that's something we typically see. I would say, I think we'd have representatives more prepared to answer those questions should the rezoning be approved and a special use permit come before us. But really at this point in time, we don't have those specifics, which are, as we're just considering the rezoning request at this point in time.
Okay. And my final question is concerning the infrastructure of the road in that area. I know I'm not overly familiar with that road, but I have driven that road in the last 6-8 months. It's a very narrow road and it has a lot of curve and movement to it. I'm just concerned if they start trucking concrete trucks in and out of there, and if they don't have water, they're going to have to bring in tanker trucks for water to make the concrete, and then the aggregate they have to bring in for the asphalt creation. It's going to increase a lot of heavy, large vehicle use on that road. It just seems like to me this is something that should be going in one of our industrial parks or something of that nature, and not out in a residential area on a small road. That's just my gut. I mean, why do we have these places that we're identifying if we're going to go in and just flip things around and let it be in any location that's offered? I don't know. That's really a question to you, Scott. I apologize. I guess maybe the question is the roads. Let's just share with me anything you know about the road situation.
Well, I would say right now, I believe the capacity is around 5,000 trips a day can accommodate. Right now, based on DOT numbers that we have from 2018 are demonstrating that right now there's 2,200 trips a day. Now, when you consider, they're not equally distributed over the course of a 24-hour period, there's going to be, basically you have your AM and PM peak hours on that. Right now I just have a rezoning request, just requesting to rezone the land from, the R40 Conservation District and LI to heavy industrial. I would certainly envision should this rezoning be approved ultimately by this board, that going forward for an asphalt plant and other uses that they're proposing or stating, that working with NCDOT, we would be looking at traffic impact analysis and looking at intersections and the overall impacts based on projected trips of truck traffic along this area. But yes, as noted, our future land use plan does have this area denoted as agricultural residential going forward. While noting that, the mining operation itself in existence since 1968 based on available records.
I guess, Mr. Hammerbacher.
Yes, sir.
The planning board looked at this. Did they vote unanimous on this to send this to the commissioners?
Yes, they did, sir.
They saw no problem at all with this at all. I hear your DOT report. I think you said 5,000 was the maximum limit. Is that right? For traffic on this road. That is if you're not a resident. And I realize your concern about the mussels in the Tar River and the flow of pollutants in the river, but I'm concerned about the pollutants of the people that live on East River Road. If you recall, I came to you when you issued the permit to build the charter school at the end of East River Road, and it is horrendous. Even trying to get off of East River Road onto Highway 56. And now you're talking about dumping some 18 10-wheel trucks, dump trucks, in addition to the ones that are already there. And that community has been a residential community for years. And it has been a residential community for years. And you started off with the landfill on East River Road that polluted the area. I know you don't know anything about that, but I'm giving you a little history, okay? Because I know about that, all right? And we've just approved just a few years ago a solar farm across the street from that, and we put up some of the most expensive boundaries of trees there. And now you want to come on the other side to put up something that is indeed that environmentally is not beneficial to anybody at all except to somebody's pocketbook. I'm very concerned about that. I'm very concerned about the planning board even thinking about sending it to us before they took it back to examine this. And I heard your comment about how a few houses. Those are not a few houses. Those are folks that have made their homestead there. That's the only place they know. They're not able to pick up and move as some people in some other communities.
No, sir. I'll just note, there certainly are residential across the street and surrounding areas. I mean, there's looking at the parcel maps, on my screen, there are quite a few. And I have the applicant, this went before our planning board. We did advertise in the paper. We posted the property. We sent letters to adjacent property owners. And I do not recall significant feedback from the public or those concerns shared, which are certainly justifiable and understood. I believe the applicant, Mr. John Frazier, is on the line. He's actually filled out the petition to request a rezoning, and he may be able to speak to some of the valid points you've brought forward.
Well, I'd like to hear from Mr. Frazier.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Ford.
Yeah, now isn't this property already being used for mining or sand operations like it has been over the years, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's been being used like it's been put there in 1968.
Yes, sir. So the mining operation has been in existence. Staff views that as being grandfathered. The applicant has come before us and asked to basically expand their operations to include, ready mix asphalt, concrete. We informed them in order to do so, you would first have to rezone the property and then request a special use permit.
All right, thank you.
Key word is expanded, okay? That's the key word. Yes, it's been there for years, and the community has learned to live with it for years.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Again, that's my concern, share with everybody else, is that the traffic situation there is already worse than it was several years ago, living on the road myself back in the 70s. So traffic has picked up many cars and trucks and vehicles since 2010. And we're talking about now going from mining operation to asphalt and concrete, major operations. I'm concerned about traffic safety for the children. We got a school at the end of the road. All these things are my concerns. Thank you.
Anyone else? Is Mr. Frazier on?
Yes, sir.
Mr.
Can you hear
Frazier?
me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, good evening. My name is John Frazier. I'm with FLM Engineering, representing Wademoor Equipment. My address is 8218 Creedmoor Road, Suite 201, and that's Raleigh 27613. Thank you for hearing the case tonight, and thanks for your comments and concerns.
Mr. Frazier, okay. I just want to make sure I can see you.
Yes.
I want to be able to look you eyeball to eyeball.
If I could, I'll kind of start with how we got here. Mr. Hammerbacher mentioned that the folks that operate Wademoor are interested, after again operating as a sand mine on the site for over 50 years, they have hit rock in one of their sand pits actually, and that sparked the question of can they quarry there. And they had also noticed the additional development in the area, the increase in development, and some of those uses that Mr. Hammerbacher mentioned, such as an asphalt plant or a concrete plant. Those are complementary uses on a site like this. You typically see them on a mine site like this. So they approached the planning staff and asked if they could develop those types of uses on the property. And as Mr. Hammerbacher noted, the first step before those uses are even requested of the county is to rezone the property to heavy industrial just to allow the consideration of those uses. And again, certainly understand the comments and concerns that you all voiced about traffic and about the environment there. We understand it's right on the river. The site currently has a mining permit that stays current with the state. They have a stormwater permit that regulates how they treat their stormwater on the site. That's current. They have wetland and stream jurisdictional determinations on the site to make sure that they understand where those particular environmental features are and that they're protected based on both the county's and the state's requirements. And in regards to the asphalt and the roads, I know we would be happy to address those specific concerns related to those uses when the special use permit comes before you. But again, this was just the first step to get us to that point where we could request those uses. We understand that they would have to adhere to any applicable county, state, federal requirements when the time comes for those. But again, the intent would be to operate within the confines of the site, adhere to all the buffering and setback requirements that the county has in place, and not create a negative impact to the community there. Again, just kind of continue to operate as they have there for the last 50 years. But I'm happy to answer additional questions or go into detail as much as I can. But as Mr. Hammerbacher said, we don't actually have a request for an asphalt plant or a concrete plant or a quarry on the table at this time. Again, this is the first step so that we can then come before you again to ask for those specific uses on the site.
Any questions for Mr. Frazier? Mr. Hammerbacher, do you have anything else?
No, sir, not at this time.
All right, so we're ready for the public hearing?
Yes, sir.
All right. Hearing no other comments or questions from the board, we declare the public hearing open. And this is for those persons who wish to speak on this particular rezoning request, and to either pro or con. And we have several people who have signed up to speak, and we're going to call your name and ask you to come forth as we call your name. First person is Jillian Howell. Jillian, if you would come and give us your name and your address.
Sure, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Great, thank you. My name is Jillian Howell. I'm a resident at 405 South Library Street in Greenville, North Carolina. And I'm here today in my capacity as the Pamlico Tar Riverkeeper with Sound Rivers. As Pamlico Tar Riverkeeper, it's my job to protect, monitor, and preserve the Tar Pamlico River watershed and address sources of pollution or potential sources of pollution that might degrade water quality and also impact adjacent communities. And that's why I'm here. So portions of this property, as has been mentioned before, are adjacent to the river itself. This river is a source of drinking water, the waters for fishing and recreation for residents of Lewisburg and downstream. An expansion of operations of this property from a sand mine to an asphalt and cement plant and rock quarry bring new environmental and health concerns beyond what's just already happening with sand mine operation. So the sand mine that's been operating since the 60s. This came about prior to federal implementation of some of the most basic and fundamental environmental protections, like the Clean Air Act and the Clean Water Act. Today, we know a lot more about what heavy industry and operations like this can mean on the quality of our air, land, water, and also on the public health of the surrounding community. And we also have a lot more concerns related to development that's vulnerable to flooding. Portions of this property abut the tar, and there's also designated forested wetlands on portions of it. And while at first glance it might not seem too far of a jump from sand mine to asphalt, cement plant, and rock quarry, these are not complementary uses. These new uses bring completely different concerns. Air emissions from asphalt plants are comprised of cancer-causing toxic air pollutants such as arsenic, benzene, formaldehyde, cadmium, as well as particulate matter. And cement plants can bring significant sources of sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxide, and carbon monoxide. These pollutants are going to be in the air that surrounding community members are breathing, and ultimately some of that through deposition will end up in our waterways. Aside from pollutants, there's a flooding concern here with the expansion and construction at a property that is adjacent to a major waterway. And we've seen time and time again, just last week with that major rain came through, that it's not just hurricanes that bring devastating flooding and flooding that can really impact communities and places. These are storm events that are happening all the time, storm events that are bringing inches of rain really quickly and causing flash floods. And to build a new heavy industry where there's going to be contaminants of concern on site in an area vulnerable to flooding is pretty worrisome. With rock quarry operations, this can have an impact on groundwater. So construction and operation of a quarry might require dewatering. When you're taking water out of the ground, that can impact groundwater levels for people that are on well water in the area. It'll also have an impact on the wetlands adjacent to the river. And just related to, I know there's been some talk of how this will be permitted at a state level and go through the permitting process, and there will be enforcement by DEQ for environmental regulations that are on the books. But in my experience, it's like right here at the county level that you actually have the power to decide if you want this in your community or if you don't. Because by the time it gets to DEQ, they're not in the business of evaluating other sites or looking at different locations. They're going to be evaluating just this one specific property, having it already been deemed a suitable land use by you all. So that they're not going to not permit it for that reason. This is like the opportunity where you guys at a county level can decide if this is a land use you want. And then just related to actual enforcement. So DEQ, they're a reactive agency. They're required to inspect facilities, but largely they are responding to pollution events. So they're responding after bad things already happen. And DEQ is pretty hindered even in their ability to do that. Just over the past decade, DEQ has lost 34% of its funding. And that's DEQ specific. The overall state budget went up, but DEQ was cut 34%. And in that same time, they eliminated 376 jobs. So what that means on the ground is that there are less people to inspect sites, enforce permit requirements, and respond to reports of pollution. And then finally, just on the public participation and notification process, I know that adjacent landowners are required to be notified by this, but there's not a lot of actual adjacent landowners. Most of those residential community members were not required to be notified. So really giving them opportunity, either by extending the comment period, and really consider what folks who would be impacted by all those trucks you mentioned, by the air emissions, is something that this commission should consider. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next person is Catherine Gupton. Ms. Gupton, if you would speak, give your name and your address, please.
I don't see Ms. Gupton, Mr. Chair.
You don't see Ms. Gupton? All right, the next person we have is Ulrich Alcintzer. Is Ulrich available?
Mr. Chairman, if he is not on the call, I have something to read that he submitted through email earlier.
Okay, go right ahead.
His comments simply state, do not allow polluting industries next to the river.
Okay, very good. Next person is Martha Mobley. Ms. Mobley, if you would speak and give your address, please. Ms. Mobley?
I don't believe we have her either.
Well, I heard that she was on the call earlier, but she didn't have the option to, I guess, be seen as a panelist.
I don't see her name.
I have 495-1305, and I have Martha Mobley at gmail.com.
Right. I don't see either one of those. If she's under another name, she can raise her hand.
Okay.
So we can circle back through, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like.
All right, we'll come back through. Mike and Elaine Erie. By the view on, if you please state your name and address, please.
I saw them. Hang on one second.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Erie.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry. I think everybody else is having a problem with this technology as well. I'm sorry.
Okay, give us your name and address, please.
Yes, this is Mike and Elaine Erie, 1918 East River Road, Lewisburg, North Carolina.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
It's good to see you again. At any rate, I would like to say I'm very much against this expansion. I live on the river. And I can tell you over the years, when Wademore and Wilbur were actually running the sand pit, we just didn't have that much sand coming down the river being deposited after a flood. And over the last 4 or 5 years, I've been telling my wife, you know, there's a lot more sand in the river than there used to be. And this is something that tells me that the company who's running it now is not doing what they should do with the sand. So that's an issue. And also I have an issue that, well, first, let me just say I have no confidence whatsoever that they can properly manage an asphalt production facility on the river. Air quality is an issue with asphalt processing. It's a major source of cancer-causing pollutants, as the riverkeeper just spoke, and I won't go through the list of items that she spoke about, but the studies do indicate that what she says is correct. There's also studies that showing that people live within 1/2 mile of an asphalt plant. They develop 45% develop negative impacts on their health, mainly with blood pressure issues, sinus issues, headaches, shortness of breath, etc. Property values also decrease 56% due to the presence of an asphalt plant. And there are many people living within that 1/2 mile radius of this site on East River Road. The overwhelming majority are African-American, and I'm sorry, but this is an outside company. I can't imagine. I mean, I'm wondering if this is another attempt to run over a minority. And if you can't properly manage the sand deposit from water runoff in the river that I see after floods, because I'm on the river quite a bit, if you can't manage that, then how are we, the residents of Franklin County, especially those currently living near this proposed site, how can anyone have confidence at all that you would do better with asphalt production? Franklin County does need more industry and other businesses to broaden the tax base. Property tax in this county is really pretty high. That's partly due to the lack of a broad tax base. And I know expanding the sand mine and putting in a rock quarry and a cement plant and asphalt production facility has to be tempting in the county's efforts to bring in more tax revenue. But the asphalt facility in particular, that proposal will potentially be very detrimental to people and to the river. This is just too high a price to pay, no matter what amount of tax money it can bring in. So I would beg the board and the county commissioners Do not allow this proposed asphalt production facility, in particular the asphalt production facility, do not allow that in this part of the world, especially near the river. And a large number of residents that live near this facility. It's just too dangerous. This couldn't hardly be more wrong in so many levels. Again, I know the county needs the industry and a broader tax base, but this is simply wrong. That's my opinion, sir. And I appreciate it. And thank you for taking time to listen to my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Erie. Lindsay Rees. Christian, did Lindsay Rees want to speak, or they write something?
She did write something. I just want to double check with Coy and make sure that she's not on the call.
No, I don't see her on the call. There is one name I don't recognize that raised her hand when we was looking for one of the other calls. I don't know if that's one of the people that we were looking for earlier.
Okay. We can circle back around, Coy, and maybe we can identify them by that time. But I believe this is Lindsay Rays, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Her comments say, "Hi, my name is Lindsay Rays, and I reside at 108 Clifton Street in Lewisburg. Related to the topic of rezoning by the Tar River, I believe this area should not be rezoned to allow for a rock quarry and mulch yard. Our beautiful town is so quaint and peaceful, and that includes the nature we are lucky to have within our town. A rock quarry would absolutely disrupt our peaceful environment and change the nature of our town we've worked so hard to achieve. Allowing this rezoning would forever change our town and the amazing opportunity for growth we are currently building."
All right. All right, Mary Altziner, Alt-Center. Mary Alt-Center, you have comments?
Mr. Chairman, I'll also read Mrs. Alcensor's comments.
Okay.
As a former executive director of the former Pamlico Tar River Foundation, now Sound Rivers, and full-time resident of the lower Tar Pamlico watershed, I strongly object to the above-mentioned request from Wade Moore Equipment Company. The land use for this area is currently listed as light industrial, residential, conservation. Installing a concrete and asphalt plant and/or rock quarry and mulch yard in the close proximity of the Tar River would introduce an irreversible threat to water quality in our upper watershed, potentially contaminating water quality along the entire downstream area of the river. Thank you for your careful consideration of the ramifications of such a misguided use of land adjacent to the Tar River. Please deny this request from Wade Moore.
All right. Shelley and Stephen Averett.
Yes. Thank you for the opportunity to talk. And we would just like to say we reside in Raleigh, but we purchased a 42-acre tract across the road from the site that you're talking about 4 years ago. And our wish is to make that a residence where we would move out of Raleigh to go to a peaceful place more out in the country. A lot of people are looking for that. So this is a great concern. We were on the property this Saturday. Once we were notified, or I got a notification in the mail a week or two ago about what was going on. We went out, as we do every couple of weeks, and went out on the property walking along. And we did notice as we went by Wade Moore facility that's there now, after this big rainstorm, my wife pointed out to me on Saturday, she said, look at all the silt that's running down into the waterway, which leads down to the creeks and goes right into the river now. So it's a great concern that it's already a problem, and what's there needs to be fixed before you even think about moving to the step of letting expansion go in there. There are two other landowners that actually, the corner of my property adjoins right down to the corner of the property you're talking about. It's across the road, but it's directly across the road. And I have a lot of concerns. One major concern, which keeps being brought up tonight, is the asphalt. That just ruins our plans of our future home on our tract of land we worked so hard to build. To go out there and think about the well, not having a good well, having the emissions from the asphalt and the concrete, which we are definitely not even a quarter mile from where it could be located anywhere on that property. So it would affect us greatly. The other thing is, you know, I think about the traffic along that road. There's a lot of people who live there and have lived there for many years. And we've gotten to meet and talk to some of them. I think there's quite a few people that maybe don't want to go on here and speak up or don't have the technology to do it, but it's going to affect many people up and down that road. Not just for the emissions that could be affecting their health. It's also going to be a big danger, in my opinion, with traffic going back into Lewisburg. Just in the 4 years that we've been going out there and planning what we hope to do in the future, we've seen the traffic get heavier and heavier already. So I can't imagine putting concrete and asphalt trucks on that road going in either direction. Would also like to make a brief comment. I have a really good friend of mine that owns a large farm just down the river on East River Road. And when he bought the farm, he put in their easements, and there are a lot of things that were put into place to make sure that river was protected. And as the gentleman mentioned before, I had a chance to speak, there's already problems with silt. There's problems with sand running in the river. And all we're doing is just opening it up for all kinds of issues. I don't know, my wife is here with me. I don't know if she wants to say anything, but I plead with you to not let this happen. It's the wrong place. If you want to put an asphalt plant in or a concrete plant in, it needs to go further out of town. It doesn't need to go there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. and Ms. Averett. Ms. Averett, would you wish to speak?
I would just like to say, you know, they keep saying they don't have specifics about the asphalt or specifics about the traffic patterns, that would be an issue of special permit. But as the lady from Sound River spoke, that this is our chance now to speak up about what happens with that land, because, you know, one step for rezoning would be a giant leap towards a special permit. So now's our chance, I think, to speak up and speak out about how we want to use that property.
And one more thing, just real quick. There is beautiful agricultural land just beyond where you're talking about doing this at. People make their living out there, and Franklin County is a county known for its agricultural background. There's beautiful farmland out there that is put in jeopardy if this goes through. You don't need agricultural equipment out in that area competing with concrete trucks and these other equipment running up and down the road. I think it would affect more than just a few livelihood. I think it would affect a lot of people if this goes through.
Thank you, Mr. and Ms. Averett. Lance Newsom.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, Mr. Newsom.
Thank you. My name is Lance Newsom. I live at 29 George Leonard Road in Lewisburg. I actually share a fence line with Mr. and Mrs. Averett. Mr. Dunson, I would just like to echo what you were saying about the homes that are right there next to Mr. Wade Moore's facility. It's not just houses, it's homes. Those people have been there for years. The community that's around that area, like that was mentioned, is not a younger community either, from what I've seen. I've been here 3 years. I don't have the facts and figures and the history that some of you may have, but I can tell you that I have planted my flag. I'm going to be here until I'm not. And I hope my kids will live here until they're not. And like Mr. and Mrs. Averett said, they just moved in about 4 years ago. We moved into our place about 3 years ago. My parents are building a house on our land as well. It's more that this community doesn't need, in my opinion, it doesn't need all of the traffic that goes with it. I can tell you from living here in the past 3 years that you can tell when there's a construction project going on in and around this area, because the number of truckloads and the number of trips that are taken just for the sand and the fill dirt, it is just greatly increased, even on one day, but it may be even over the week. I can tell you from my drive in and out of town every day that there are a lot of kids, there's a lot of pets, there's a lot of people that walk on this road. My family, we like to take walks out in the road because there's no sidewalk, and it is a narrow road, like you mentioned earlier. And we like the fact that it's a country road, and you don't have to worry about a whole lot of traffic. I believe that with this growth and expansion, it's going to just increase traffic. I like being able to, like I said, not worry about where my kids are as far as being near the road. My wife runs a horse farm, and so driving her truck and trailer down the road is even narrow just for her truck and trailer. Can't imagine what it's going to be like if one of those dump trucks and her trailer go side by side. Somebody's going to be in the dirt. If I wanted to live, near a construction facility, I think I would have stayed in Raleigh. I wanted to move out here so that I have space, so that I have room to grow, so that I have room to play. So again, obviously, in my opinion, I don't think this is the right move, just for the community standards, community sake. And with the new charter school going up on the end of East River Road, I just believe that the traffic is going to increase greatly. And thank you guys for all your time, and thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, Mr. Newsom. O. Temple Sloan and Clifford Hinland.
Mr. Chairman, I have a letter that's been submitted on their behalf that I'd like to read.
Okay.
The letter states, this letter is in reference to the request of Wade Moore Equipment Company to rezone PIN number 2814-66-5977, tax map number 016632 from light industrial to heavy industrial. As we understand, heavy industrial includes concrete and asphalt manufacturing, and this is the reason for the request to rezone. Our property/farm is located on East River Road and borders on the Tar River exceeding 500 acres. Being that we are downstream, we adamantly oppose this rezoning request. Reasons for opposing: increase of heavy industrial/truck traffic. A concrete truck with 10 yards of concrete is in excess of 60,000 pounds. Many families with children live along the George Leonard and East River roads. Being downstream on the Tar River, we receive flooding regularly on our farm in the fields bordering the river. This would increase the likelihood of contamination of our farmland. We have a conservation easement in place that encompasses over 1,100 acres that includes the farmland of Doug Watson that connects our farm, Riverbend Plantation. This is approximately 4 miles along the Tar River. We request that each of you vote no to this request. And again, that's submitted on behalf of Riverbend Plantation, O. Temple Sloan Jr., and Clifford H. Hinline Jr.
All right. Stacy Waddell. Stacy Waddell.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Good
Hello.
evening.
Yes. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me. Yes, 1286 East River Road, Lewisburg, North Carolina. I'm incredibly concerned about the expansion of Wade Moore Equipment. Several people have talked about the roads, the narrow 2-lane roads, the slow rural lifestyle, farming communities. But one of the things that hasn't really been stressed is the fact that Wade Moore sits in what is predominantly, it has been stressed, but I'll say it again, sits in predominantly an African-American senior neighborhood. Those homes and those homesteads, if you cross that, what we call the second bridge, that's right there near Wade Moore, you're crossing into what's known, for those of you that are from Lewisburg, Zollyville. And those tracts of land are legacy parcels of land, and they were handed down through the generations. And to know that Wade Moore now wants to move into a heavy industrial permitting means that the environmental impacts to a residential area will increase many, many, many times over. We've already been hearing about the sand in the rivers. We know that the Tar River exceeds well beyond Lewisburg, North Carolina. It will impact other communities and cities outside of our town. I'm at a time when we are seeing the disparities of COVID-19 and how different communities are impacted. I am literally, I'm baffled. I'm baffled that this is even coming up at this time when we know that there are certain communities that are more at risk. And so bringing elements of asphalt runoff and concrete runoff that will impact our air and impact our water, that Tar River runs right through our properties. The noise, those trucks, the Wademore trucks, that narrow 2-lane road, you have seniors now who are literally almost playing chicken with oncoming trucks. Those trucks are heavy and they move quickly. And when they pass by your homes, they create a lot of noise and your home literally rattles when it passes by. And for those that do walk, for those that walk their dogs, for those that do exercise, for those that older folks that are picking up a piece of trash or going to their mailboxes, it's an increased safety issue. And I am asking that the commissioners say an absolute no to this expansion. And I would also ask, if I may, respectfully, Mr. Hammerbacher and Mr. Frazier, would you want something like this in your neighborhood? How would you fare or feel with something of this sort? Because this isn't something that we're going to see the impacts of just in a week or 2 or 3. This is going to be for many, many years to come. And there will be impacts that will be measured and some that we won't ever be able to measure. And those will be in health and in the property values and in the quality of life for us. And we're citizens and residents of the county. So I would say no, please. If I have any influence tonight through my voice, an absolute no to this expansion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Waddell. Patrick Newsom. Mr. Newsom.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, go right ahead.
Good deal. Thank you. Yeah, my name's Pat Newsom. Own property is 71 George Leonard Road and in Lewisburg, not obviously, but can't say much more than what's been said already. My major concern was the road itself. All the environmental issues, I'm not educated enough to understand all the environmental issues, and that's left up to some of those professionals. But I bought 50 acres of property out there 3 or 4 years ago to move to and retire in peace and quiet. I have no intention of moving back to North Raleigh, where I moved from. Been in the city my entire life. I've seen construction, I've seen it grow, and I've seen the damage it does. And that little bitty road out there is tight. You put 2 trucks on that road and it's tight. And my daughter-in-law rides up and down there with horses in that trailer 3, 4, 5 times a week. There ain't enough room for a car in that truck and trailer. So I fear the consequences of more of those dump trucks, tractors and trailers, all of that stuff that's going to be going in and out. And God forbid to get down around the school. School just got built down there, all the traffic coming in and out of there. And Mr. Chairman, you were right. Getting out on 56 is a disaster. We really need to do something with that too. So anyway, I'm not going to belabor the point. The road is my major concern. It will be destroyed, potholes, shoulders will be torn up. All of that stuff will create problems for travel. And, you know, I could sit out down there and probably count the number of trucks come by my property. I'm not interested in sitting out there on a 4-lane with, or 2-lane with double yellow lines on it. So I strongly urge you to reconsider this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Newsom. Gloria Gill. Gloria Gill. Gloria Gill, go right ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go right ahead.
Yes. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Gloria Gill, and my address is 1354 East River Road. And I am indeed a senior retired person that lives on East River Road, and I am a driver. I drive quite a bit every day. And I can tell you it would be a disaster for that project to come to my area. The road is very narrow, and my experience has been I've passed some of the trucks as they are right now, and it can be a little scary. And of course, we have people that are walking their dogs and their young kids that's being raised in this area. And it just would be very, very bad to allow that to come to our area. I've lived in this area for actually 47 years. And that would be something very, very disastrous to happen if that should happen. And I would appreciate it if the board would say no to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gill. Dorothy Waddell. Dorothy Waddell.
Yes, I am. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Give us your name and your address, please.
My name, I'm trying to get my picture up there, but it won't. Well, anyway, here I am. I'm Dorothy Waddell. My address is 1286 East River Road here in Lewisburg, North Carolina. I am right down the road from Wade Moore. If you cross the bridge just a little ways, that's where I am. Been here all my life. This is family property. Our property butts in down by the Tar River. I am very much opposed to this heavy industrial area. This is a residential and agricultural area, and I would very much like to see it continue that way. The asphalt, and I know that has already been talked about, but the asphalt, the concrete and things, that toxin from that gives me pause. I just don't like that. I just don't think it would be good quality or the toxin from that. A lot of people in this area, and you have to understand we are aged and we have challenges. So, and I have a relative that lives right beside Wade Moore, and she has serious challenges. So I would beg the board to please do a strong no against this heavy industrial area. The asphalt, the smell, all of the drilling they have to do, the vibration, the heavy trucks, there's a lot of that up and down the road. I am one to go out of my driveway. There's a little bit of a hill there. As I go out and turn, it's sometimes those trucks come in so fast, it's hard to get in and out. Someone mentioned the school. I thought about the school there as well. That's really bad. I just think it's just the traffic, that heavy traffic. These little narrow roads, I don't think the bridges will be able to hold these heavy trucks. We've had some issue with those bridges years back that we had to be rerouted. And now with this heavy equipment coming in so much, I don't think they're going to be able to hold that. I would like this to be a residential area. I am against that drilling and digging and blasting and all of that increased noise is not good for us, not for this community. We have been here for our lifetime and we will always be here. We are not interested in going anywhere. So this land will be passed down, passed down, passed down. And we don't want in the future, whenever you come, we don't want in the future harm. Thank you so much for having me. And I would like Mr. Pamela Barker and Mr. Frazier, you brought in your report, but I'm being respectful, but when people bring that in, they need to think in terms of, well, how would I like it in my area? And I just don't think this is the area for it. If it was taken someplace else, that would be good. Thank you so much for your time. And the board, I do beg your answer as against this rezoning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Waddell. Annette Arrington. Annette Arrington.
I don't see her on the line, Mr. Chair.
All right, we'll move down to the next one. Dr. Dorothy Duget. Dr. Dorothy Duget.
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Duget, go right ahead. Give us your name and address, please.
Good evening. My name is Dorothy Duget. I am a resident of 1234 East River Road. I would like to commend all of those who came before me and gave much needed and valued information from the ecosystem, the environmental concerns, the quality of life, what community means, and it being legacy. I am part of the legacy of which has been spoken about. That land that my home sits on has been handed down from generation to generation to generation. It is our legacy. It is what we aspire to, that bucolic life that my grandparents have enabled us to dream of. For those individuals who are associated with putting forth this recommendation, I'm sure that you would not want this in your backyard, across the street, that it's not something that you would want your children, you would not give them monies to go live in a neighborhood where this was taking place. We keep using the word community, this community, but in actuality, the consequential damage of this rezoning would be that we would no longer have community, but we would be giving birth to an industrial park. May not happen in a year, may not happen in 2 years, but the seeds will have been planted for this to take place. And so what is for many a legacy will become a living nightmare. As you talk about seniors going out to get their mail, or even just trying to get out of their driveways. You talk about the young families, the young man who stated that he's there and he wants to live there until he's not. And he wants his children to live there until they're not. Well, I'm sure he did not mean that he wanted to live there until he's 41 or that his children reach 5 because of a tragic accident that Asari didn't mean to. Our deepest regrets could not begin to assuage the grief that that would bring to any family member. And so when you speak about community, and I don't know what that word means to you, but to those individuals who were there, my family has been in that community, as I said, from the day I was born. My family has been there, and that's all that I've known, that I look forward to coming to, is the bucolic quiet of the countryside. And so to have that ripped away at this point in my life, I would consider it to be cruel and unusual punishment. And so to the board, I won't say reconsider, I say don't consider. Not a resounding no, but an exponential no. Thank you.
Thank you. Reginald Duget. Reginald Duget.
Good evening, distinguished members of the board and fellow townspeople. How are you this evening?
Excellent, sir. And yourself?
Doing wonderful, thank you. Reginald Duget, 1234 East River Road, Lewisburg, North Carolina, 27549. And Ms. Howell and so many others have already spoke eloquently as to the irreparable ramifications that an expansion like this would do both health-wise and environmentally. So if I might take my minute to just speak from a sentimental standpoint, I would like to do so. As a person who was born and raised in New Jersey, I always loved coming to Lewisburg. It was a safe haven and safe harbor to escape the city and industrial life that I have experienced most of my life. And this is going back to the early 80s that I have spent many summers and many weekends down in the quiet space of Lewisburg, North Carolina. It's a place now that I spend at least 10 to 15 days a month to escape that city life here that I currently experience in Greensboro, North Carolina, and bring my 6 children to experience the quiet sounds of nature and escape, again, that industrial and city life. And so I think it would be simply criminal to rob them of the same joys that I have experienced as a kid, of enjoyment of that country setting, to allow such an industrial rezoning to happen. And I would just pray that the board again, does an exponential no to this rezoning of the Wade Moore property. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duget. Man Mullen. Man Mullen. Mr. Mullen.
I see him on the screen, Mr. Chairman. He just needs to unmute his microphone.
Mr. Mullen, there you go, Mr. Mullen.
Yes. Can you hear me now? This is Man Mullen.
Yes, sir. Give us your address, if you will.
Yes. This is Man Mullen, 160 Mullen Road, Bunn, North Carolina, 27508. We, my wife and I own a company called Tar River Life, and we do camping, kayaking, tubing trips down the Tar River. We own most of the land we own that we put in on and take out on. And of course, it joins the Tar River. We've got 400 or 500 acres joining the Tar River, and been here all my life. I've seen changes in the river, and I understand growth is good for the county. I really do, and it's good, but I'm concerned about some of the effects that, if they do in fact put an asphalt plant in and located that close to the river, some of the effects it may have on us downstream. And I too would like to say that we would like to urge you guys, the county commissioners, to take a really hard look at this before we, allow it to happen. And I'm really, like I said, I'm a farmer as well, and we're located right on the river, and we do understand growth, and we need it as a county and where we are. We're concerned about the water quality, and we've got lots of kids and coming out here on the river, and my motto of our company is called "Let the River Be Your Life for a Day," because I got to grow up on the river, and we would like to give some of that back to the community and let them understand what it's like to live on the river and how nice and peaceful it is. Not that they're going to affect our peacefulness down this far, but they could affect the river and the water quality, and we really have a great concern about that. So I would like to urge you not to take a really hard look at this before you approve it. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mullen. Okay, I don't have anyone else listed.
Mr. Chairman, would you like for me to go back to the beginning of the list and just
Yes.
make sure? Okay.
Yes.
We had a Catherine Gupton that was registered. I don't know if you see her, Coy. Her email was catherinegupton40@gmail. I do not have a phone number for her.
Is Catherine Gupton on the line?
I do not see her.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you have everybody
Also,
else?
we have Martha Mobley, and she may have experienced a typo. Coy, do you want to try the Martha Hardy?
All right.
Miss Mobley, if you're on the line, if you will unmute yourself, please.
Martha Mobley.
Coy, can you manually unmute the microphone?
I don't see Martha Mobley, Kristen. I see a Martha Hardy.
Right. We're wondering if it maybe was a typo when she signed in.
Oh, okay. I don't think so.
All right.
She is on somehow she's texting me. There's some kind of issue going on there.
You may want to advise her to sign out and maybe sign back in really quickly. And I will look, we've got, I think, one more person that we skipped over. Give me 1 second. We had an Annette Arrington.
Yes. Is Annette Arrington on?
I see Anna Manning.
No, I don't see Annette Arrington.
Okay.
Okay. And that is everybody.
Okay.
I'm not sure what to do about Miss Mobley. I know that she.
Have you heard anything, Mark?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, have you heard back from Martha Mobley?
I just sent her another text to sign out and sign back on very quickly.
Well, in the meantime, we have some hands.
Okay.
Chairman, I'll defer to you.
Okay. Yeah. How many hands do we have, Coy?
4, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Let's hear the 4, and then we'll close the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman, there's a man named Doug Watson's been on the line, and he was like 2 minutes late. He's telling me for being able to sign in to speak, and I know he is anxious to speak. If there's
Is he on the line now?
Yeah, he's one of those hands.
All right.
He'll be after Mr. Pierce.
Okay. Danny Pierce, give us your name and address, please.
Danny Pierce. I'm at 116 Papoose Drive in Lake Royale. My mailing address is 24 Lake Royale. I just wanted to say, guys, I think maybe you should consider delaying a vote on this. I've heard a lot of conversation tonight with regards to the Wade Moore scenario, and I really think you should delay a vote on this tonight, because there are considerations that have been proposed that I feel like need to be considered before a final vote is allowed. And that's all I'd like to say.
Okay. All right. Who else do we have, Coy?
We have Mr. Doug Watson.
Mr. Watson, would you give your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Doug Watson. I'm at 2475 Wendell Boulevard in Wendell. And I own 2 parcels of land on East River Road, across down from near Jason Brown at the corner near Mort Harris Road. So totally, I own about 610 acres. And of that 610 acres, I have about 230 acres in a DOT conservation easement. And that land was put into a conservation easement some years ago, actually before I purchased the property, by Mr. Clyde Harris. And the reason for those easements were because of some DOT construction, specifically 540 and some others that was put in, and there was some mitigation done to protect the Tar River in a swap for some wetland crossings and things that they did with 540. As well as I have 110 acres of a farm conservation easement. That's the 50-year agreement that the commissioners of years gone by were in support of and approved for protection of farmland, and as well as the habitat along the ponds and the river as well. So a total out of my 600 acres, there's about 300 and so acres in easements. That's not counting some of the easements that are along my neighbor's property that y'all read a letter from earlier from the O Temple Sloan of another 500 acres of property that has easements on that as well. Specifically, I submitted a letter earlier today, so I won't read that. Y'all have it where you can read it with a lot of the reasons that I do not support this property or this project. But if you will, if you take time, if you will read through of the 50-year lease or 50-year easement that was put on there, the farm easement that the board supported years ago, it starts out saying the reasons and what it was protecting. So not only does it talk about the farm, it talks about the river, it talks about upland forest, repairing buffers, it talks about plants, it talks about the water source for communities as far downstream, and specifically talks about those, the Tar River, and the Tar River feeds the, the Sound, and obviously down Rocky Mount and some areas down that way. So I won't bore you with all that, but you can read that in the first 4 pages of the easement. There was a 25-page easement that was recorded back. I'm looking here. It says Linda Stone, Register of Deeds, Franklin County. That was recorded in 12/31 of 2008. So to support this project would be in a direct, I hate to use it, compromise maybe, or of being against what you originally supported, of trying to preserve this land. So in reading a couple of things on here is, back to what Mr. Averett said earlier. I had heard of that about the silt and the erosion already on the issue along the river there, along his property, talking about the traffic, the trucks, concrete trucks in itself with 10 yards of concrete weigh in excess of 60,000 pounds. And you tell me how you stop that on a dime, as some of the ladies have spoke about traffic and the curves and the hills and the driveways and et cetera, and the families that live along those roads. Talking about my farm and, the likelihood of contamination. We have seen multiple times of flooding where I saw Mr. Lynn Wester's tractor. He farmed some of our land there. I saw a huge tractor, about 280 horsepower tractor that was all but about 6 inches from being underwater on one of our fields there. Talking about the flooding and if this river is contaminated or the deposits, et cetera, and what would, be moved on to our farmland. So, I think also y'all mentioned earlier about the areas designated by Franklin County in the future land use plan as agriculture and residential. So that's another reason that, voting for this would be against what is already put into place. And I know that's why we're here, or y'all are here tonight, to talk about doing the rezoning. And so anyway, I guess I heard someone mention earlier about possibly postponing. My opinion of that would be not to postpone a vote, but to vote in against it, even as quick as tonight. Whether you can do that or not, I'm not sure how that follows through. But, to say that this, I think Mr. Frazier mentioned earlier that, they weren't even talking about a concrete plant, or they weren't even talking about an asphalt plant. Now they're just trying to zone this in heavy industrial. Well, where I'm from, and I'm actually a general contractor myself, so I do commercial buildings in the Raleigh area, retrofits primarily. But, I have seen Raleigh time and time again turn down heavy industrial. And some of the reasons I have found that turning down heavy industrial, not only do they allow concrete plants and things like that, but they allow things like junkyards and et cetera. So, once you get this zoning changed, then it's a whole lot easier for other things to come into the mix, as well as other properties adjacent to it Because how would you be able to say yes to this project and then say no to a guy who wants to put a junkyard on a heavy industrial site to get it rezoned next door? You can't do, I mean, I say you can't do that. You can do anything you want, but the right and the fair thing to do would be treat everybody equal. And I think this is just opening up the door, not just for a potential concrete plant or a potential asphalt plant, as Mr. Frazier mentioned, but it opens up for so many other things that are against what you supported back, in 2008, and as well as what DOT found that this property, I say was good for a lot of things with farming and homesteads and et cetera. But to find that the protections were certainly in favor of the board back then, to now say that really, you know what, well, let's just vote against what we set in place years ago. And I know we're in time of change and different kind of things, but this particular area is not suited. Someone mentioned earlier that this project is better suited for a more industrial area that is already planned in industrial. You don't need that quarry area for a concrete plant or an asphalt plant. We've got one over here, right beside the rock quarry in Knightdale. But at the same time, the reason it's there is because there's really no neighbors who oppose it. They're on the rock quarry property. So, but the reason for all this that I'm commenting once again is not just about what's good for me, but I think it's what's better for this whole area. And I see the livelihoods of these families that have maybe even just an acre or two that can't represent themselves at night. Maybe they don't have the technology of Zoom and et cetera. I think we've only heard from a few. So not suggesting of an income status or anything else, but there's a lot of people, even like myself, I'm on the list with 600 acres. I never got a letter. I never was notified until this morning at 8 o'clock of what was going on. And that's why I had to jump through hoops to put together my letter, to put together my backup with the conservation easements that I have in place, and send them in to, I can't remember who I sent them, I sent them to the public comment thing. And then I got that out literally at 1 minute to 12. And then I asked, could I speak tonight? And at 12:02, I was said, nope, you missed a deadline. Well, I wasn't told that at 12:02, but that's what time my letter went in because I didn't even know who to send it to. So back to that, if I, with the technology I have, I certainly don't read the newspaper with the technology we have, but with that, if I didn't have a chance to respond, how do all these people that maybe don't have the technology that I have within, where my office is to make a comment? So I would recommend that the vote be absolutely no, not just a close vote or whatever, a tiebreaker kind of thing, but it should be unanimously that this is not what Franklin County needs. And in this area, it only opens up the door for mass amount of future projects that are at or worse than what this is for this community in this area, not counting the schools and the roads and all the things that everybody else has mentioned.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Thank you. Is there Harold Perry or Vivian Lucas on?
Yes, we have Harold Perry on.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, before he makes his comments, Coy, I do believe that Ms. Mobley is that last number. If you will mute her for just a moment and then we'll have her comments.
What was that, Kristen?
I just wanted to make sure that Ms. Mobley was muted and I see that she is now.
Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay, Mr. Perry, Harold Perry. Mr. Perry, unmute yourself.
Done. Good evening, everyone. This is Harold Perry and my wife, Vivian Lucas, 1313 East River Road, just above the bridge. I would like to ask the board to vote no. And my reasons for voting no is that I grew up in this community from the time of birth and enjoyed the normalcy of a childhood and the quietness of a childhood. And I grew up in the community at the time that this particular sand pit went in. And I've since seen it grown through the years that I've visited my family and my wife's family there in the community. One of the areas that I would like to focus on, not just that we have heavy traffic on that highway, but rather that we have a lot of young families on this highway. Families that oftentimes place very close to the highway, and children oftentimes are unexpectedly out in the roadway. Unexpectedly, these are heavy, large trucks that comes through that community, and an expansion of the nature that's being proposed would certainly do more harm to our community than anything else. I would like to see that community retain its community and home feeling. And I would like any heavy industrial build up to select another site. I am in agreement with Mr. Watson. He said that if you voted yes on this particular plan, it will in fact open the door for more industrial events to be proposed for our community. And that would destroy not just the heritage of the community and the homeland of the community, but it will change the whole dynamics of the community. I'll yield to my wife if she has any comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Vivian Lucas. I grew up at 1313 East River Road. We moved there in 1959, 1960. And there were a lot of families that, there are a lot of families that have grown from that community and the heritage of the Zollyville community. I do not support the rezoning of this for all of the reasons that have been expressed earlier, and many of the issues relate to the environment, the future, the waste, the pollution. And again, I do agree that this is, I'm going to call it a historic Black community, a historic African-American community that would be adversely impacted by this decision. I am against this the rezoning application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Mobley?
Yes, this is Martha.
Yes, Ms. Mobley, go right ahead.
Martha Leonard Mobley, 571 Leonard Farm Road here in Lewisburg. Please vote no on this proposal. I am on the Franklin County Planning Board, and this is one meeting that I missed when this, and I would have voted Commissioner Dunston no. But I promise I will not miss another meeting. But I am a caretaker of my family's Century Farm that was started in 1911. And I just do not want, it's too dangerous on this road now, as it is right now. Nobody is going to stop there's an old lady driving a tractor and there's a huge dump trucks. I was a friend of Wilbur Moore, and my family was. And what the traffic, even with the sand pit now, has doubled in traffic. And even tonight, sitting right here on George Leonard Road, the traffic going on this road is horrendous, even now with the big trucks. And if we have asphalt and cement, we cannot live on this road. My farm is in a conservation easement on this George Leonard Road to stop development. We do not want more development. We need open spaces. In Franklin County, we have designated heavy use areas already in the county in different US #1, other areas. This is a neighborhood. Children are getting killed in the Zollyville area. People cannot speak tonight. A lot of these residents right across from this driveway could not get on the internet tonight on this Zoom meeting to speak out. I've heard some of their names called. We do not need this. Please vote no, and you have the ability to stop it tonight or whenever this week that you vote. So please, to have a better life, we need to continue having a good life. Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mobley. Any other comments? If there are no other comments, we declare this.
Mr. Chair, we do have two more hands if you allow.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, who do we have, Coy?
Ms. Rose Gill.
Rose Gill, give us your name, your address, please.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, this is Rose Gill, and I reside at 1273 East River Road. I am 62 years old, 3 months shy of being 63. I am the youngest of 7 children that my mother and father raised at 1354 East River Road. This is not some newly found location in Franklin County, but rather this is an established family community with rich history and legacy. We are primarily a community of retired elders who enjoy the privilege of grands and great-grands visiting and continuing to enjoy the history and the legacy here on East River Road. We drive our golf carts to the mailbox. We may be driving our grandkids around. I mean, this is our home. This is our home. And since these newest owners have come, I am the threat, Mr. Newsom, of the dump truck running into the trail of your horses. That threat may be in the future, but there's right now currently a threat because I hardly ever, or should I say more times than not, when I pass these trucks now, the trucks are riding on the line. I don't mean they're on their lane, they're on the line. And people are already, I know personally, are having to pull over so they will not be hit. And I am just so vehemently and adamantly opposed and appalled at the lack of respect for and the community by these owners requesting such rezoning. It hits at the core of who we are as a community and as a people, that you would have this type of disregard and disrespect. I implore the county commissioners to vote unanimously. No, 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 no. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else, Coy?
We have Miss Ruby Ruffin.
Ruby Ruffin? Ms. Ruffin? Give us your name and address, please. Can we unmute Ms. Ruffin?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you now, Ms. Ruffin.
Okay, my name is Ruby Ruffin. I'm 61 Murray Day Drive. I'm right across from Waymore Sand Pit. I've been on this road nearly all my life. I was born on the Leonard farm, which was Jane and Betty Mae Wood. I'm their daughter. And I'm opposed and I'm praying that you guys will vote no to this. I mean, this is a peaceful community. And when Wade Moore was running that pit down there, we didn't have this kind of traffic noise. And especially now on Saturday and Sunday morning, you hear all this banging and crap going on. And as people have said, this road is so narrow. When you meet them trucks, you literally have to pull over to keep from being hit by them. And from my understanding, this stuff we call cancer is going to affect the water and people's livelihood. We don't need this in this community. So I'm praying, and I'm praying that you guys will vote no. Please. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Ruffin.
Thank you.
Anybody else going?
No, sir.
No one else? We will declare this public hearing closed.
Mr. Chairman, I have a comment, if that's okay.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
want come back, Steph.
Okay,
Right.
Ms. Ruffin, you need to mute now. Ms. Ruffin,
Yes.
you need to mute.
I got it, sir.
Okay. Ms. Dickinson, sorry.
I just had a comment. Even though our agenda says consider rezoning requests, I think we're still under our current COVID guidelines where we can we cannot vote on this tonight, that people still have 24 hours to submit any comments in writing. Just want to clarify, Kim or Kristen, that that is correct.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Yes, that's correct.
But it's obvious from all the comments we've had tonight that we want this dealt with very quickly. And so I would like to make a motion that we call a special called meeting to go ahead and deal with this. Kristen, how many days do we need that you have to notice?
Special called meeting is 48 hours.
So would Thursday, would that be the earliest?
Yes, Thursday evening if you would like.
Okay, I would like to make a motion that we have a special called meeting Thursday at 7 o'clock to consider the rezoning request.
Second.
To move and proper second that we have a special call meeting on Thursday at 7 o'clock to consider this rezoning request. Are there any questions? There are no questions. We will have a roll call vote. If you're in favor, say yes. Ms. Dickerson?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Bunn?
Yes.
Mr. Speed?
Yes.
Mr. Foy?
Yes.
Mr. Shriver?
Yes.
I vote yes. Yes is having and so ordered.
Mr. Chairman, just as a reminder, just as the Vice Chair said, those comments will be accepted for 24 hours and I will pass those along to the board at that meeting and by email as well.
All right, thank you very much. That's for the benefit of the public. If there are other comments to be made, you may make those in writing and submit them to the clerk. Is that right, Kristen?
Yes, sir. And if you will, use the public comments email address that you see there on the agenda.
Okay. All right. All right, next item on our agenda is item B. Mr. Hammerbacher.
Yes, sir. We have another rezoning request this evening to rezone approximately 43 acres. Currently it's zoned R1 residential to R8 residential as well. The primary distinction between the two zoning classifications is the R8 zoning would allow for smaller lots in addition to a varied housing types from townhomes to apartment buildings, by way of example.
Any questions?
Bringing up my a map of the property just to put this in context. Are you able to see that, Chairman Nelson?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so currently you can see the property is denoted with the purple outline. For context purposes, if you can see my map here or my mouse moving, this is Franklin High School. This would be our county wastewater treatment plant located over here. And then in this area, we have significant residential construction underway right now, probably compromising over 700 to 800 lots just along this portion of Cedar Creek Road between Franklin High School and Hicks Road. So the applicant is proposing to rezone this 43-acre parcel, approximately 43 acres, to allow for additional multifamily. The current future land use plan does have this designated for mixed residential going forward. So the proposed rezoning request is consistent with our recently adopted comprehensive development plan. Additionally, we'll note within this area, current NCDOT traffic projections demonstrate 2,400 trips as of 2018. I would anticipate that number is significantly higher. I would note that any development going forward on this, should it comprise over 80 lots, meet the threshold requiring a traffic impact analysis. But once again, the applicant is just requesting rezoning the property from R1 to R8. be happy to entertain any questions you may have at this point in time.
Any questions for Mr. Hammerbacher? There are no questions. We declare this public hearing open.
And Chairman Dunstan, if I could, I believe the applicant, Ms. Laura Holloman, is on the phone call as well, or participating in this.
Okay, does Ms. Holloman wish to speak?
Or do you see Laura Holloman on the call?
I believe I saw her earlier. Hold on a second.
I believe she has her hand raised.
Okay.
Ms. Holloman? Ms. Holloman, if you could give us your name and address, please.
Yes, good evening. Laura Holloman with the McAdams Company, 2905 Meridian Parkway, Durham, North Carolina, 27713. Thank you for letting me speak before you tonight in this unique circumstance. It feels strange to be in my kitchen and tell members of my family not to come in and get a snack or a glass of water. But we'll try to carry on and thank you again for your time. Mr. Hammerbacher did a good presentation of the request before you tonight. I represent the property owner who is the developer, Mr. Jeremy Medlin with Greenhawk Development. They actually also own and develop the neighborhood across the street. So they are a proven proven developer within Franklin County. They understand the rules and regulations of Franklin County well. And I think that certainly speaks to the successful construction and the way things are progressing across the street. They certainly understand that a TIA will need to be done. We have started that process with NCA DOT and understand the need to go for that process and what the recommendations of that TIA will be, what this project will be.
Ms. Holloman?
Yes, sir.
Do you have some background noise? Is that you?
If it is, I apologize. And if you'll give me a minute, I will make sure that it's ceased to exist. If you'll give me a second.
Thank you.
And Corey, just to double check, it looks like everybody on our call is muted. Will you confirm that, please?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
I sincerely apologize. Can you hear anything now? Okay, great.
Right there.
TV was a little too loud down the hall. So with regards to what I was saying, the TIA has been underway. We understand that the recommended improvements will need to be done before the first certificate of occupancy is granted. So that, this development will be required to pay for itself, the traffic impacts. This is, as Scott Hammerbacher mentioned previously also, this is exactly where development is slated to be within Franklin County. That's certainly why you're seeing a development corridor established along Cedar Creek Road. It's where you all have put a lot of time, effort, and money into your infrastructure there with the sewer as it relates down to the lift station just south of Lane Store Road and Cedar Creek at that intersection, and certainly there with Franklinton High School there. So we really see it as a unique opportunity to continue the high quality development that's happening in this area, but certainly understand we need to allow this growth to happen in a smart fashion. So I'll be available for any questions that you have at this time. Thank you.
Any questions? If there are no questions, we declare this public hearing open. For those who wish to speak pro or con, if you will speak, give us your name and your address. I have two persons who signed up. Is that right, Christian?
Yes, sir.
All right, Robert Schaff being one, and Diane Shaft.
Yes, sir. And if I can confirm with Coy once more to see if Mr. Robert Schaff is on the line. He wasn't just a few minutes ago. I'm sorry, but I do want to give him an opportunity to speak if he wishes to.
Do you have any written comments from him?
I do.
Now, I do not see either one of those. Wait a minute. Okay, hold on a second. I think,
got some.
yeah, I think we have Mr. Robert Schaff.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Schaff, if you give us your name and address, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Robert and Diane Schaff, 638 Lane Store Road, Franklinton. Diane and I have each submitted written comments regarding Project 20REZ04 that is before you tonight. We will summarize those comments briefly. We own the contiguous 325-acre farm, parcels 7835 and 6918. This tract lies directly east of the subject property, and we share a common 1,300-foot property line, which is entirely underwater. I sent you pictures of November 7th, and this was before the heavy rains where this entire area is flooded. The current zoning is R1. Should you permit a subdivision under the current zoning, please require an additional 150-foot buffer adjacent to the existing wetlands over and above the state's wetland standards. This area floods frequently and on occasion floods out and has damaged Lane Store Road in the past. Please require the developers to keep the runoff and trash on the site, to re-landscape the road frontage if the property is clear-cut, and to include a landscape berm and landscape entrances. Because this property lies outside Franklinton's ETJ, please require the developer to embed the following items in the homeowners association documents: restrictions on the discharge of firearms and high explosives, restrictions on ATVs, UTVs, unlicensed dirt bikes and drones and unleashed dogs, all of which terrorize our livestock. We currently have these problems now, and we don't want more of them. Please do not permit additional changes from the requested 10,000 square foot per lot zoning size. We do not want smaller lots or higher density development, cluster homes, townhomes, apartments, multifamily housing. I've made written requests to the DOT to post a 45-mile-an-hour speed limit on Lane Store Road. There currently is no posted speed limit on Lane Store Road, attracting racing motorcycles, dirt bikes, ATVs, UTVs, and cars. There is a posted speed limit of 45 on North Carolina 56 and on Cedar Creek Road, but in order to avoid those speed limits, they come over to Lane Store Road. So we have traffic issues as well. There's more in my letter, but I understand we probably can't stop this development, but we would prefer that it be restricted and no higher development density permitted than what is there now, which is R1. Now my wife Diane will speak.
Without careful consideration, there are serious future issues, I think, that arise with this. Developers and profiteers tend not to be so concerned with the host county as with taking the money and then leaving the problems to the county to solve. We have to deal with issues of overcrowding and lack of resources. Communities have to figure out how to redirect growth with MTDs, municipal transition districts. I think we have to look at how does the county want to develop? Do we have the infrastructure to support what's being proposed? What are the long-term consequences? And what preventative measures should be considered to avoid future serious issues? We feel like the zoning should be denied on the grounds of burdening the county's infrastructure and creating a host of unintended but entirely foreseeable and preventable issues. I'm confident that we will be back debating solutions to problems that we could have prevented. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? If there's no one else, we declare this public hearing closed.
Chairman, I have another comment on this one also, if I may.
Yes, ma'am, go right ahead.
I'd like to make the same motion that I did on the previous rezoning for the same reasons that we put this rezoning on our special call meeting Thursday at 7.
Good.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Are there any questions? There are no questions. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Dickerson?
Yes.
Mr. Foy?
Yes.
Mr. Shriver?
Yes.
Mr. Bunn?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Speed?
Yes.
I vote yes. Yes is have it, and it is so ordered. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Hammerbock. Is there anything else?
No, sir. Thank you.
No, thank you. Item 4 on the agenda is special recognition. Who's doing that?
Chairman, I've got something to read if you will allow it.
Go right ahead, Ms. Dickerson.
I've got a resolution of the Board of Commissioners, Franklin County, North Carolina, honoring Commissioner Sidney E. Dunston. Whereas the Honorable Sidney E. Dunston has served the citizens of Franklin County, North Carolina, the Board of Commissioners, as well as its management and staff, in an exemplary manner as County Commissioner for 16 years from 2004 to 2020. And whereas Commissioner Dunston served the Franklin County Board of Commissioners as chair 7 years in 2006, 2011, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2019, and 2020. And whereas Commissioner Dunston served diligently as an advocate for Franklin County through his involvement in the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners, as well as the National Association of Counties. And whereas Commissioner Dunston has served numerous boards and committees through the years, including, but not limited to, the Carter Regional Council of Governments, Workforce Development, Board of Health, Public Utilities Advisory Committee, and Emergency Medical Services Advisory Committee. And whereas Commissioner Dunston has been supportive of local business and industry, as well as a longtime advocate for education, supporting 4 fully funded school budgets, Park and Recreation supporting the recent addition of the V.E. and Lydia H. Owens Recreational Park at Bull Creek, Transportation successfully advocating for the widening of Highway 401 from Wake to Franklin County, and an avid supporter of local health care through Mariah Parham's expansion into Franklin County after the unexpected closing of Novant Health in 2015, which resulted in the hospital's reopening in 2018. And whereas it is the desire of this Board of County Commissioners to commend the Honorable Sidney E. Dunston upon a job well done, bringing credit to this county and its citizens, for which this board appreciates his hard work and dedication to Franklin County. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the Franklin County Board of Commissioners that Commissioner Sidney E. Dunston be recognized for all of his outstanding achievements while serving as County Commissioner. May Sidney E. Dunston move forward with future endeavors, knowing of the board's appreciation for his dedication and hard work, and that a copy of this commendation be spread upon the minutes of this meeting, be made available to the news media, and be presented to Commissioner Dunston for future reference. Adopted the 16th day of November, 2020, Franklin County Board of Commissioners.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dickerson, my vice chair.
We're clapping on mute. Mr. Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you can see it with the glare here, but we do
Oh,
have an
okay.
official copy.
Oh, bless your heart. Thank you so much. Thank you
It's
so much.
official.
Thank you so very much. I am so humble that you would even consider such an honor. And I want not only you, the sitting board, but I want the staff and the employees of Franklin County and the citizens of Franklin County to know that I have been truly blessed to be a part of the governing body of Franklin County for these past 16 years. I'm honored. I am grateful that the citizens saw fit to reelect me in 4 consecutive terms to this board. I'm honored that this board allowed me to lead you to be chairman for the 7 years that you allowed me to be. And I'm just so honored, and I'm so blessed to be able to serve with a group of men and women who have high integrity and honesty and interest and love for Franklin County. I love Franklin County. Franklin County is home. Tonight, when we were talking about, of course, the one of the rezonings on East River Road, you know, that's home for me. So that means a lot to me, the welfare and the upkeep and the serenity and peace of Franklin County. I want you, the board, to know, and I want the citizens of Franklin County to know that over the past 16 years, that everything that I've done, every decision that I have made has been in the interest of Franklin County. I haven't made a decision that was in my interest, but only in the welfare of Franklin County. And I want to say this to the board as I exit and as I leave, is that I trust that the board will understand that county commissioners is a very, very honorable position to hold. In North Carolina, county government is the level, if you will, of government that most directly impacts every citizen. All North Carolinians live in a county. Some may live in small counties, some may live in larger counties, but everybody lives in counties, and more than half the population lives within the limits of a county somewhere. Counties exist to help to enhance the lives of their citizens. County government do this by providing access to needed services such as public and mental health care, schools, libraries, and support the senior citizens and children in need. Counties establish important local laws and ordinances and enforce laws that protect citizens from harmful behavior, and that includes COVID-19. That is indeed, we have to understand that we have a responsibility to protect our citizens. Even when they don't want to be protected, we still have that responsibility. In North Carolina, all counties operate under a council manager form of government. The commissioners hires a professional manager to oversee the day-to-day operations of the county government, while the commissioners focus on county policies and how the policies of the county will function. And as we understand that, and as we move forward as a county, we have to understand that we have those responsibilities. Commissioners are not the sole policymakers in county government. However, because the sheriff and the register of deeds are also elected officials, and they have independent authority to adopt specific policies for their departments. In addition, several independent or nearly independent local boards have that same responsibility for such areas as alcohol and beverage control, elections, mental health, public health, and social services. These boards appoint directors to operate them. And because of that, we have to understand that counties also function as municipal governments to provide and to regulate services for the health and the well-being of their residents, especially in unincorporated areas for the provision of water and sewer, building inspections and planning and zoning, to just name a few. Counties, if you will, are required to adopt a balanced budget. And most counties strive to maintain an adequate fund balance. And I'm happy to report that I've served on this board for the past 16 years, and we have always maintained a healthy fund balance, just in case for the emergencies that might come along. And we have done our best to make sure that we balance that budget. We supported our public schools, and we must continue to do that. And I want you to know that I have truly enjoyed serving with you. The preamble to the Constitution of the United States says, "We the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union." More perfect. We are in the process of forming. We haven't gotten there yet, but we have to do it as we the people. We have to do it as we the people. In order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense. Common defense, that's for everybody. Promote the general welfare and to secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. It's part of what the citizens were talking about tonight when they indeed made their speeches as related to rezoning posterity. They want those things to continue, not only for this generation, but for the generations to come, and to ordain and establish the Constitution for the United States of America. Decisions I've made, I'm sure that they have made some people very happy. But I want you to know every one that I've made it from my heart for the welfare and for the benefit of Franklin County. I love Franklin County. I love Franklin County, and I will continue to love Franklin County. So if you look out in the audience and you happen to see my face out in the audience on a Monday night, whether it be a first Monday night or a third Monday night, know that I'm there and I've got my eyes on you. Know that. And I am watching you, and I'm watching how you conduct the affairs of Franklin County. I want you to know that I am indeed blessed, and I appreciate everything. There's a passage of scripture that is found in the book of 2 Timothy, 4th chapter, the 7th and 8th verse, says that I fought a good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. Now there is stored up for me a crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, will award to me on that day. And not only to me, but also to all who have longed for his appearance. God bless you. And I love each and one of you. Thank you so much for the resolution. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, I have a couple more comments, if you don't mind.
You do.
I have a few personal comments. Sydney, you are a wealth of knowledge, extremely smart. There will be a big hole on this commissioner board without you. And I hope people will be seeing you out and still involved. And above all this, you're my friend. And I wish you nothing but the best in the future. So thank you for all you have done for Franklin County.
Thank you, Shelley.
And before I forget, I need to make the motion that we adopt the resolution I just read.
You want me to carry it? What's the pleasure for? Is it moved and proper second? Any questions? No questions? Should we have a roll call vote? Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Foy? Is Mr. Foy, is he gonna vote yes or no?
He's muted. Whoop. Funny you should ask. Yeah. I'll do a yes.
Mr. Floyd, okay, Mr. Bud,
Yes.
Mr. Schreiber,
Yes, of course.
Mr.
Gotcha.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Speed.
Yes.
All right, I'll vote yes. Yes, 7, and it is so ordered. Thank you very much. And let me say something to you too, Madam Vice Chair. It has been a pleasure to serve with you. You have had my back, and I appreciate that. When you serve with the number of people that I have, some you really enjoy serving with. Others you don't. But I can't think of anybody that I've enjoyed serving with more than you, Shelley Dickerson. I love you.
Mr. Chairman, I believe the vice chair still has one other presentation she would like to make.
Oh,
okay. We're not done yet.
Oh, okay.
We're not done yet.
Do we have it to hold up?
Yes.
I don't.
Oh, okay.
I can't see it from there, so I'll read it. It says Sidney E. Dunston, Chairman 2020, in recognition of his dedicated service and leadership, having served as Commissioner and Chairman for many terms, faithfully for the people of Franklin County, presented by the Franklin County Board of Commissioners.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
It says many terms.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you again.
Mr. Chairman, before we round this out, we do have a special presentation, and I will defer to Mr. Floyd for that, please.
Mr. Core Floyd?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Muhammad Ali once said that your service to others is the rent that you pay for your room here on earth. I'm Sidney E. Dunston, and I wish to continue to...
Mr. Chairman, I looked a lot younger in some of those photos.
I don't know where you found all those photos.
Well, I do want to say a special thank you to our Assistant Communications Director, Heather Joyner, for putting that video together for us. She did a wonderful job. And also just wanted to let you know that, as I understand it, you have many friends and families on this, family on this call tonight. So make sure that you say Hello to everyone, and thanks to your daughter Eris for helping us to pull the family together tonight. And it's been a pleasure working with you all those terms as chair. We are certainly going to miss you. Oh, and you muted yourself. Unmute, unmute.
I'm sorry. Thank you so much, Kristen. Thank you. I certainly have enjoyed working with you. Thank you for all the support that you've given me. And to all of my family who may be watching, we thank you for your support over the years. And to my daughter, Eris, we'll have a little chat later. Thank you. Okay. Am I supposed to go and conduct the meeting now?
You can move forward and conduct the rest of your meeting, yes.
Thank you so much. Item 5 is update on COVID-19.
Hi, Scott Levine here. Congratulations, Chairman Dunstan.
Thank you, sir.
On your many years of service and many more years in retirement.
Thank you.
I'm going to be as quick as possible. As if any of you have been watching, and I'm sure you all have, you know that the nation is experiencing a massive surge in cases. North Carolina has not escaped that. On Saturday, November 15th, we recorded our highest single day total ever, 3,885 cases reported on that day alone. We are seeing exponential growth across the state. In Franklin County, we are also seeing similar growth. We have still not exceeded the peak of where we were at with the nursing home outbreaks, and then earlier this summer around July, after the July 4th holiday. But we are experiencing significant cases. We have actually added 207 cases since I last spoke with you. And those are just the positive cases that we know about. Let's see.
Oh, no.
Yeah. We have currently an outbreak at our jail. We have 33 inmates and 5 staff so far. I want to thank the members of the Franklin County Health Department 2 strike teams that went in and did a fantastic job of testing in a single day. Actually in 2.5 hours, collecting samples on over 221 individuals on Tuesday, November 10th. That is a massive undertaking both before and after to process all those test results and to get them done. And we are working with the sheriff to manage the outbreak and to keep it contained. We worked with the magistrates and all the other people in that building. So we're doing a really good job, and I'm really hopeful that we'll get this contained very quickly. We're going to continue to monitor over the next 28 days. And as long as we don't have any new cases over the next 28 days, we can close this down. So that is our goal, to get to no new cases and to have that replicated once a week for the next 28 days. And we will be testing 83 people tomorrow going forward, and we'll continue to test those individuals until the outbreak is resolved. I guess the only other thing I have is there's 2 things actually, and the one thing that we talked about this morning in our staff meeting at the health department, it's the number one thing that we can all do if we want to keep our kids in school in face-to-face instruction, and if we want to keep our businesses opened, and that's everyone wearing a face covering at work and out in the community to stop the spread of this virus. The number one way the virus is spread is through pre-symptomatic people who haven't developed symptoms yet but will, and asymptomatic people who never develop symptoms but still shed virus. The number one thing we can do is wear a face mask to protect ourselves and others, and that's especially true as we look to next week for Thanksgiving. I know it's hard, but I really encourage everyone, if you don't live with them, don't have them in your home. It's the number one thing we can do to make sure they'll be there next Thanksgiving when we can have them in our homes. The last thing I'll say relates to this time of year. I know it's tradition to have a lot of parades, 2 in particular. I do have to say that our office has received complaints. We didn't know about the second parade, but we got a complaint on the one parade. I have reached out to the state. I have followed up with the with the sheriff who is charged with enforcing executive orders. I have to be clear, it's not my preference to do this, but Executive Order 176 from the governor prohibits parades in particular. So we are working with the towns and trying to come up with alternatives for them. And we will be continuing to do that as we get closer to the dates they have planned for these events. So, you know, again, the health department does not set these rules, that this is a governor rule from his Executive Order 176. And, you know, we're gonna do the best we can to help if there's a way to make it work. But I'm reminded, I was reading an article this morning in 1918 in Philadelphia, the health director there abdicated his responsibility and did not vehemently protest the parade that the founding fathers of the city wanted to put forward to celebrate and to raise the spirits of the country during World War I. And as a result of that single event, thousands of people in that city passed away just because of that event. Now, clearly, we're not looking at that here in Franklin County. But if I can implore people to think of the greater good, think of the spirit of Christmas, and it's the spirit of life. And I encourage everyone to come from that place when they consider making decisions. So thank you. Are there any questions on any of this? All right. Well, I really appreciate your time. And the last thing I will say is in Franklinton this Wednesday, we are having a free testing opportunity. Everyone that tests will be able to receive a free fresh food and grocery box and free personal protective equipment, face coverings primarily, for all those who get tested. The event's going to run from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. in Franklinton in the parking lot of the Franklinton Middle School athletic field parking lot. It's being run by GROW, which is the Green Rural Development Organization, with funds that were made available from the CARES Act for community health workers. So this is a great opportunity for people to get tested and to receive some much needed food, groceries, and personal protective equipment. It runs from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. this Wednesday. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Levine. Item 6 on the agenda is the presentation of a water supply study final report. I'm going to ask we have a 5-minute break, if you will. And we return in 5 minutes, and we'll come back. We will have a presentation of the water supply final report. Is that okay with everyone? See you back in 5 minutes.
Mr. Doherty, please make sure that you're muted, okay?
10-4.
All right. Is everybody back? Mr. Sheedy? Chris Doherty?
Evening, Mr. Chairman.
Good.
Good evening, Chairman.
Good. Chris, I hardly knew you, man. You look like me. Clean up real good.
Yeah, that's what everybody says. What do you think, Jim?
Important topics mean we dress the part.
Sturgis?
Hello.
How are you, sir?
Good.
Good. All the commissioners back?
Mr. Foy,
Yes, sir. I'm back.
Madam Vice Chair? Mr. Bond? Mr. Speed? Mr. Schreiber is not back, is he?
I'm here.
Okay, all right, very good.
I believe everybody's back now, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, very good. All right. Mr. Mint?
you ready?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Chairman Dunstan. I'll add my congratulations as well, Chairman Dunstan, for your years of service. I commend all those who step up to serve in these government leadership roles. It is not for the faint of heart. The fact that you've been with us for so long and served in so many different roles is definitely a very commendable position to be in. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm. And again, thank you, Chairman Dunstan and the commissioners, all of you. Our next topic is another in the exciting topics we are covering here tonight in Franklin County. Water supply study final report. As you know, progress has continued on Franklin County's work to identify future water sources for the county's residents. Tonight, you will hear a report on the water supply study that was approved by the Board of Commissioners in November 2019 and contracted in December 2019. MBD Engineers has worked with county staff and the county's utility attorney to thoroughly review and prepare the study's recommendations. For short-term supply, several additional sources have been secured and negotiations are continuing for others. Supply, the county has identified 6 alternatives for further investigation. The goal is the ultimate adoption of the best solution for securing an adequate, cost-effective future water supply source for Franklin County for the next 30 years. The short-term water sources include an amendment to the county's established contract with the town of Lewisburg. The amendment was approved by the board on August 3rd, 2020, and allows for the purchase of additional water. At the July 6, 2020 board meeting, approval was granted to enter into an emergency water supply agreement with the city of Raleigh for 200,000 GPD based on simultaneous peak demand conditions. Discussions are continuing to convert the Raleigh emergency supply into a short-term contract for 7 years. While there have been discussions with the city of Henderson to add an additional 450,000 GPD for 7 years, those discussions have not resulted in the desired short-term agreement. However, the county values its relationship with Henderson and remains open to further discussions if Henderson wishes to continue with them. The county will seek other short-term water sources in an effort to expand its supply as soon as possible. The long-term water sources will require significant long-term investment. The 6 alternatives that have been developed require further evaluation before a final selection can be approved by the Board of Commissioners. The data and analysis that have been conducted through the water supply study provide the growth and demand information to appropriately scale the solution. While it is apparent at this time that even existing supply without securing any growth in water supply will necessitate rate increases, the county is carefully modeling a stair-step approach to rate adjustments over time in order to minimize the financial impact on customers. The Franklin County Board of Commissioners recognizes the seriousness of this evolving issue and is committed to a solution that recognizes the many impacts on Franklin County. Again, the county appreciates the patience of our customers, municipalities, and developers as the county has worked through the analysis phase of this process. It looks forward to moving ahead with the next step of securing the most efficient and economical long-term water supply solution that facilitates quality growth while protecting existing customers from any overly aggressive rate adjustments. Now I'm going to recognize our Franklin County Public Utilities Director, Chris Doherty, to introduce our utility attorney and our engineers who have worked very diligently with staff to complete the water supply study. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Denton. Chairman Dunston, congratulations on, and thank you for your years of service to Franklin County. It's much appreciated. Good evening. And let me introduce to you Jim Sheedy from Driscoll Sheedy, PA, who will explain the study process. Joe McGugan from MBD Engineering and Adam Kiker from LKC Engineering, who will present the final report on the water supply study that was started in December 2019. And Walter Goldsmith and Charles Havliston from First Tryon. They will present their financial model of the utility fund. I will now turn it over to Mr. Sheedy.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, it is an honor to be here tonight with you. Before I launch into this, I too want to say that I congratulate you, Mr. Chairman, on your retirement. I enjoyed the picture of, or the suggestion if you're floating through the air. I believe Muhammad Ali also said something about floating like a butterfly and stinging like a bee. I have unfortunately felt the sting of the bee, and I'm delighted to see you will be floating soon. Congratulations on that attainment. On May 1, 2019, the county contacted me to provide legal assistance on securing an increase in its water supply. Demand for water in the county exceeded the county's supply. The county recognized demand was not likely to decrease. As the county's comprehensive plan shows, because Franklin County is next to Wake County, as Wake continues to grow, so will Franklin County. The county was desirous of controlling growth in a deliberate, balanced, quality manner. And this study is a part of that effort. The county buys most of its water from Henderson. The county was in talks with Henderson in 2019. The county hopes to continue to talk with Henderson. But the county has to receive additional information in order to evaluate Henderson as a long-term option. Franklin County needs to know when Henderson will have more water, how much water Franklin can buy, at what price, and any specific engineering information about required upgrades to Franklin's system. At this time, Henderson has courteously informed Franklin that once the Carr Lake Regional Water Supply upgrade has been completed, that Henderson's rate to the county will jump to $7.82 per thousand. That is an increase between 50 and 75% when you take into account that the county would have to implement some system improvements within Franklin County in order to receive more water from Henderson. That $7.82 per thousand was also prior to when Carr Lake Regional Water System opened the bids for expanding the water plant. Those bids came in 50% over budget at $60 million. So the $7.82 is likely to be adjusted upward. Franklin's rate impact on a Henderson purchase, as I said, will have to include the cost of improvements to Franklin's distribution system, as well as cost of improvements to Henderson's distribution system. It is difficult to forecast what Carr Lake Regional Water System and its owners may do in response to this 50% exceedance upon opening the bids. It is even possible that Carr Lake Regional Water System and its owners may decide that they're not going to expand, in which event Franklin would have to seek its additional water supply elsewhere. About a year ago, to be precise, September 20th, 2019, the county published a request for qualification soliciting engineering bids for a water supply master plan. The county wanted to know its options for securing more water. MBD Engineering was chosen from a list of a number of engineering firms that submitted proposals. MBD proposed to use LKC Engineering as a sub-consultant, which is what MBD has done. As you know, LKC is Franklin's consulting engineering firm for its water and sewer system. An engineering agreement and a task order for this study were signed on December 10th, 2019. The task order provided that the engineers would do 3 design memoranda and a final report. The schedule called for the final report by October 25th. Although no one contemplated COVID when this task order was signed, DM 1, 2, and 3 are now done. The final report is done except for some discussions about typographical matters, but not substantive matters. The county's water team has miraculously stayed close to the schedule, notwithstanding the challenges of the time in which we find ourselves. The county's been made aware of its short-term supply options that are being pursued. Your county manager just mentioned these. The county needs at the very least an additional 1 million gallons per day between now and 2027. The county is still negotiating for additional short-term supply. On long-term supply, the county is projected to need 11.5 million gallons a day of raw water if the county decides that the county is going to have its own water plant. The raw water would be distributed over one of 4 routes. 3 of those would involve an intake in Carr Lake. 1 would involve an intake in Lake Gaston. If the county purchases water as opposed to pursuing its own production facility, The county would need 8 million gallons a day over the planning horizon, which is 2020 to 2050. 2 finished water options have been identified, Henderson or Rocky Mount. The cost of the infrastructure improvements to convey the finished water is too great to buy a little from each of Henderson and Rocky Mount. So choice would have to be made between the two if a finished water option were ultimately decided to be the answer. During the study process, it became apparent that the county needed to analyze what it could actually afford, on what timetable, and the impact on ratepayers. The county wishes to plan in a very deliberate way that balances rate increases with growth. The county is very focused on minimizing rate burden on the ratepayers. So as you know, the county hired First Tryon as a financial consultant to look at the financial implication of the 6 options for increased water supply. This was really extrinsic or as an adjunct to the water supply study. Tonight, First Tryon will show its financial model. The financial model is built in part on the engineer's probable cost of construction and projected growth rates. The model reveals, based on the anticipated growth percentages and with rate increases within the range expected from Henderson, if Carr Lake Regional Water System expands its plan, that Franklin County can afford any of the 4 raw water and can afford the 1 finished water option of Rocky Mount. There is a 6th option, Henderson, which is a finished water option that can't be fully modeled yet because the county does not have all the necessary information from Henderson to do that. The board asked about a year ago where the county could go to get some water. We're here tonight to show you where. I turn it over to the engineers, Joe McGugan and Adam Kiker. If you would please do your portion of this presentation.
I hope you're able to see my screen. I would prefer to stand if that's okay. I've been addressing distinguished boards such as this for 40 years, and I've always stood when I was doing. Chairman Dunston, Mr. Kiker, and I would like to join the chorus and extend our congratulations to you on your recognition tonight. It's been a great pleasure working with you on this project, having the opportunity to be around you and learn from you through this process.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, MBD Consulting Engineers appreciates this opportunity to work with you on this vital project for Franklin County. My name is Joe McGugan, and I am the president of MBD Consulting Engineers. We are pleased to be teaming with LKC Engineers on this project. LKC serves as your consultant, and we've got a long working relationship with LKC that actually predates the formation of either company. We worked together at a previous company. Many of the staff have worked together, and we've also had staff that's worked together in Franklin County for many years. Working together, we think we'll be able to provide Franklin County with the expertise and attention that this project richly deserves. We're also pleased to have the opportunity to work with your excellent staff. Our goal has always been to function as a member of your staff, an extension of your staff, if you will. And this task is made much easier by the competence of the Franklin County staff, and we appreciate everything and all the opportunities we receive from them. My background for the past 40 years has been in the water and wastewater field, primarily focused on water and wastewater treatment, plant design, large pump station and infrastructures, including the planning, design, construction, administration, and operation of a number of water treatment plants throughout North and South Carolina. This slide shows the location of many of these water treatment plant locations, including the locations for both new greenfield sites from scratch water treatment plants, as well as major expansions. Our project team has had the opportunity to design 7 water treatment plants from scratch, and we have over 300 million gallons a day of water treatment plant design experience through the 2 states. Several of these projects are regional projects, and over a dozen of these projects also include the permitting, design, construction of new raw water intakes, a key component of this analysis. As we begin this presentation, we would like to start with the question, why? Why is Franklin County undertaking this study, and why does the county need to look at raw water supply options? For background, the county currently receives water from 3 sources. In addition to operating the Franklin Water Treatment Plant at a capacity of 600,000 gallons per day, Franklin County also purchases water from Lewisburg and Henderson. Your current contract with Lewisburg has a capacity of 650,000 gallons per day, and the contract with Henderson is for 3 million gallons per day. These 3 sources provide Franklin County with a total supply of 4.25 million gallons per day. According to information presented in your comprehensive plan, Franklin County is one of the fastest growing areas in North Carolina. Based on the information available, we projected population growth in Franklin County, the water supply needs will grow at a rate of 3.2% for the next 30 years. The water supply growth over the past 8 years has been at a rate that is between 5 and 10%. Our projections indicate that the county will require an available supply of 8 MGD to meet the needs of the system through the year 2030. That is your current supply. As we continue to answer the question why, we ask the question, are there any resources in Franklin County that could meet the additional supply requirements for the county at this time? In this effort, we evaluated all of the options available within the county. One option was the Tar River. The Tar River currently runs through the middle of the county. In order to determine the available capacity from the Tar River, we reviewed the low water flow conditions in the river. The permitting agencies will allow the use of up to 20% of the 7Q10 flow in the river. 7Q10 is the lowest 7-day average flow that occurs on average every 10 years. Based on this criteria, the available supply for the treatment would be approximately 1.24 million gallons per day. As you can see, that flow is only a portion of the long-term supply needed for the county. In addition, it would take at least 3 years to implement a Tar River withdrawal, and a high capital cost would impact the county's ability to fund a long-term solution. Projections were developed for the growth of the water supply needs of Franklin County. The charts that you are currently viewing includes the results of these projections, expressed as 3 lines. The bottom red line is the current available water supply of 4.25 MGD. The brown line located in the middle is the peak finished water supply curve. What is the peak supply and why is it important? The supply needs in the water system change throughout the year, just as they change throughout the day. The demand increases during the warmer months and also increase during periods of dry weather. The water supply must be capable of meeting the system's peak demands at all times. The revenue evaluations we will review later are based on the water sold throughout the year, but the plant capacity must be capable of meeting the peak flow conditions. The slope of the brown curve indicates a 3.2% growth rate over the next 30 years. The blue line indicates the peak raw water supply curve. As you can see from our projections, it is growing at a faster rate than the finished water supply. This is for a couple of reasons. One is due to the time, expense, and difficulty of permitting a raw water withdrawal. The second is it takes water to make water. In other words, through the operation of a water treatment plant, there are losses due to backwashing and sludge removal. As the capacity increases, the losses in the system also increase. As you can see by these curves, in 2021, the available capacity of the system or the red curve, intersects with the projected water supply requirements for the system as the brown curve, and this occurs in 2021. That gap continues to increase. The gap between these two lines continues to increase as we move forward. Our projection is to have the long-term water supply online by 2027. We project that by that point in time, we will need an additional 1 million gallons a day of flow in order to meet the short-term supply needs for the county before implementation of the long-term supply program. So what are our directives in completing the master plan? In accordance with task order number 1, our goals were to forecast the necessary water supply through the year 2050, to provide a comprehensive list of alternative sources, to reduce that list to alternatives that were deemed feasible that could both satisfy the 2050 necessary supply or had a reasonable short-term value that could be implemented. Evaluate feasible alternatives, including cost estimates, operational cost, environmental process issues that had to be addressed, and developing a schedule. And finally, to make a recommendation for the next step in the implementation of this program. Let's look at the short-term water supply options that were identified. We reviewed numerous options, all discussed in the design memorandum that have been presented to the county. This slide lists 2 of the options still under consideration. First, we should repeat. We looked at the Tar River as a potential water source as a short-term alternative. While the Tar River may have the capacity to be considered a short-term alternative, the cost and schedule would not meet the county and would also impact the ability to move forward with long-term alternatives. One option that was considered was to receive additional supply from Lewisburg. At the beginning of our study, Franklin County was only receiving approximately 350,000 gallons per day of flow from Lewisburg. As Ms. Denton stated, that amount was renegotiated during this past summer up to a volume of 650,000 gallons per day, and that is currently indicated in the projections that are made on the previous graph. Another option that the county is pursuing is an emergency connection with the city of Raleigh. An agreement was reached this summer for a 200,000 gallon per day short-term emergency connection. Discussions are ongoing regarding converting the emergency connection to a short-term water supply agreement with a term of only 7 years. Those discussions, as we said, are ongoing at this time. So we looked at long-term water source supply sources as well. In the past 8 months, we developed a comprehensive list of long-term water supply options available to the county. This list has been reduced to the 4 options shown. These options include either the development of a new raw water supply source combined with the construction of a new water treatment plant, or the purchase of finished water from an existing water supply source with available capacity. Carr Lake and Lake Gaston were determined to have the available quantity and a suitable quality to support a new raw water supply. There are also 2 finished water sources that may be able to meet the long-term needs of Franklin County, and these include the city of Rocky Mount and the city of Henderson. The question is, for the 2 raw water options, what would be required to implement one of these options? There's required infrastructure that would be common to all of the options regarding raw water. These include the construction of a raw water intake that would be located in the close vicinity to the lake so that water could be withdrawn. The construction of a raw water pipeline that would deliver the water from the raw water intake to the water treatment plant facility. The construction of a new 8 million gallon per day water treatment plant, and then a connection between that water plant and the existing distribution infrastructure that was available in the county. One of the key components of this option is locating and negotiating for access for an acceptable portion of either Carr Lake or Lake Gaston. What do we consider to be acceptable? We would prefer that the intake be located in the main body of the lake, but in an area where it is close to the main channel of the original river, where there's water flow at all times by this location. We have preliminarily located 3 potential sites on Carr Lake and 1 on Lake Gaston. The lake access points will determine the location, length, and the size of the raw water main, which is the most expensive cost component of the alternatives we'll be reviewing. We've selected several locations that will be evaluated from a cost and delivery standpoint. The 4 routes identified and referenced are also shown on this drawing as these lines. And you can see that the raw water intake locations vary, but are on the main part of the lake and is in a location where there is adequate water flow for both Carr Lake and Lake Gaston. We also reviewed 2 options in which we purchase finished water to meet the long-term supply needs of Franklin County. We refer to these as captive purchase because if the decision is made to move forward in this direction, the county will be captive to the supplier with limited control over areas such as cost. One of the options is Henderson. I need to say from the outset that at this time, we do not have the adequate information from Henderson to fully evaluate this option. We are missing cost and available supply information that are key to us evaluating it further. When reviewing Henderson, the following items were identified and considered. There would be required infrastructure in order to be able to receive additional supply from Henderson, which would include the construction of a new larger pipeline from the county line to Franklin and an upgraded pump station. Once again, the county would be a captive purchaser from Henderson. The price per 1,000 gallons is likely to increase over time. You should also be aware that the North Carolina general statutes limit bulk purchase agreements from municipality to 40 years. And Henderson presented preliminary assessment for a 6 MGD capacity. And as we discussed, this does not meet your long-term needs of 8 million gallons per day. Currently, we're looking at a rate increase of $7.82 per thousand, or a cost of $7.82 per thousand, which is an increase from the current rate of $4.37 per thousand. And as we discussed, Mr. Sheedy discussed, this rate may likely increase. We also reviewed Rocky Mount as an option to purchase finished water. We believe that Rocky Mount has adequate supply to meet the long-term needs of Franklin County. But once again, the county would be a captive purchaser in the case of Rocky Mount. There's also required infrastructure for Rocky Mount, including a new pump station at the Rocky Mount connection point, pipeline from Rocky Mount into Franklin County, to construction of a treatment facility due to the length of travel for the water. We would propose to add additional treatment, storage, and pumping, and then an interconnection back into the Franklin County transmission system. Once again, the county would be a captive purchaser from Rocky Mount. The price per 1,000 gallons is likely to change over time. And once again, the North Carolina general statutes limit bulk purchase agreements from a municipality to a 40-year term. Preliminary cost estimates were developed for the 4 raw water options and the Rocky Mount finished water option. The total projected costs included construction costs, land, permit fees, professional services, and contingency for each alternative. They're listed here as the Western Route, Eastern Route, and Warren County route for the access to Carr Lake and the Gaston Lake connection, and finally the Rocky Mount bulk purchase connection. You can see that based on the location of the raw water intake and the distance that the raw water main has to be extended, these costs vary from what we project to be approximately $108 million to a cost for accessing Lake Gaston of $132.8 million. So these costs vary based on the length of the raw water main. These costs include contingency and all the other factors that are key to putting together a fully developed cost. In order to determine the impact from the water rates, additional factors were considered. These included additional annual costs such as debt service, which include a recommended coverage ratio that will be discussed later in our presentation, raw water energy costs, the pumping for raw water from the lake to the water treatment plant. The water treatment plant operational costs will include such items as personnel, energy, chemicals, handling the sludge. And in the case of a captive purchase agreement, the bulk purchase costs from either Henderson or Rocky Mountain. There's credits that we are factored into our financial analysis as well, and these include the cost of purchasing water from Lewisburg and Henderson. You would no longer be making those costs, as you would either be purchasing all of your costs from one provider, or you'd be providing your own water through your new water treatment plant. In addition, the cost of operating the Franklin Water Treatment Plant would be reduced or removed from consideration. The net annual cost have been normalized on a per 1,000 gallon basis so that we can compare these costs. So we developed a summary of net additional costs for review, and these reflect the additional cost over what you are paying currently for your finished water supply. Presentation later, we'll look at the actual rate increases that we're looking at. If you'll notice that for the 4 raw water alternatives, starting in the year 2026, when the costs really become effective due to the completion of the project, from that point, these costs decrease steadily over a period of time to the end of the project. These costs decrease because there is a cost savings in the more water you make, the more savings that you have. There are some costs in the water treatment plant that can be attributed to the volume that is produced. And so these costs are reduced over a period of time. For the Rocky Mount option, there is a slight reduction, but these costs do not reduce at the same rate. And that's because you have a purchase cost that will not change. There are likely to be cost of living increases in that cost over time, but you can see that the 4 raw water alternatives reduce over a period of time where captive purchase agreements do not reduce at the same rate. Schedules were developed for each of the alternatives. For the Carr Lake and Gaston Lake alternatives, first item we need to consider is the environmental and administration time period it would take to permit these projects. The preparation of an environmental assessment or an environmental impact statement, whichever is required, and preparation for an interbasin transfer certificate will take approximately 2 years to complete. There also has to be an agreement established between county and the Corps of Engineers, or FERC in the case of Lake Gaston. And then there's funding and procurement issues that will have to be addressed. That will take approximately 2 years. The design phase can begin immediately. It can be ongoing concurrent with the permitting phase, but it cannot be completed until the permitting has been completed. And then once we receive the interbasin transfer permit, the plans can be then submitted for construction permitting by DEQ. That time frame is shown to be approximately 2.5 years before the permits can be received. The construction phase consists of 3 time periods. You've got the bidding and award and execution phase, which we anticipate taking approximately 6 months. The construction phase, which will take approximately 2 years. And finally, the system startup and operation and receive the certification for operation from DEQ, which we also think will take approximately 6 months to complete. The schedule was also developed for the Rocky Mount alternative. In this case, the environmental and administrative time period is much reduced because Rocky Mount is in the Tar River Basin, so there will not be an interbasin transfer permit required. So that period we think will take approximately 1 year to be able to complete. Once again, the design phase can be completed concurrently with the environmental phase. There's some additional time that will be required to receive both land acquisition, right-of-way acquisition, and filing the construction permit. The construction phase will be reduced slightly. We will still have 6 months for the bidding and award and execution, 6 months for the startup, but the actual construction period should be in the range of approximately 18 months to complete. In summary, we need to develop a short-term supply need that would provide approximately 1 million gallons per day that will be increasing over a period of time to the year 2027. We also need to develop a long-term supply need that will provide 8 MGD for the next 30 years that will meet the long-term needs of Franklin County. The raw water supply from Carr Lake and Lake Gaston have been shown to satisfy the projected needs, and Franklin County would own and control that resource. Finished water supply amount could satisfy the projected need, but Franklin County would continue to be a captive purchaser to Rocky Mount. Similar finished water purchase may be available from Henderson. Once we have information available to review, we can report back to you on that, but currently insufficient information is available. Franklin County would continue to be a captive purchaser of water from Henderson. Our final recommendations are to continue the discussions regarding the short-term solution to secure that 1 million gallon per day requirement and to pursue all 6 of the long-term alternatives that were presented in this study. At this time, I would like to recognize Mr. Walter Goldsmith for first trying to present the financial model.
Thank you, Joe. And Mr. Chairman, congratulations on your service and your upcoming retirement.
Thank you very much.
Hopefully everybody can see my screen. Is that working okay? Great.
Yes.
Again, I'm Walter Goldsmith and I work with First Tryon Advisors in Charlotte. Our firm is serving as the independent financial advisor to the county. I've provided a listing on this slide of the entities we work with around the Carolinas, and you'll see in the middle 2 columns the clients in North Carolina that we work with. The common theme among our clients is that they borrow money to fund their construction projects by issuing municipal bonds. And most of our clients are infrequent borrowers and therefore rely on our firm to assist them in the process in determining things like their borrowing capacity, the ability to afford the projects, and the impact of those borrowings on the rates and charges paid by their customers and citizens. Before I begin to discuss your project and the financing options, I thought I would share a brief update on the bond market and where interest rates are currently. As you're likely aware, interest rates are near all-time low levels, which presents an excellent opportunity to borrow to fund large projects. This chart shows where interest rates have been since January 1 of 2018. And with the exception of this large spike in March, which was the early phase of the pandemic, we've basically been in a declining interest rate environment for the last 2 years. Each of these lines represents where you could borrow money if you were AAA rated, issuing general obligation bonds with a maturity of 5 years, 10 years, or 20 years. So again, you can see we're at near record low levels. I'd like the next to describe the capital planning model that we constructed for the county and have been using with your staff to model the different financing options and the cost associated with each option. The model itself is a really large Excel spreadsheet with lots of tabs along the bottom, lots of charts and graphs and columns and data and numbers. And rather than walk through that spreadsheet in this presentation, I thought I'd use this opportunity to summarize the methodology that we used in the model, and then focus on the output of the model and the specific output that shows the customer rate increases that would be needed under each scenario. So within that financial model that we built, the county can project operating revenues and expenditures and cash balances based on lots of different growth assumption and cost assumptions. And it'll show the output and some of the key financial ratios. Specifically, there are 2 ratios that we really focus on: the days cash on hand and the debt service coverage ratio. And I want to explain what each of those means because they have an implication in the pace at which you need to increase customer rates and charges. So the first ratio is the days cash on hand. You can think about that as sort of your rainy day funds that you have in the utility system, not within the general fund of the county. And the way we measure that is we look at the size of those unrestricted cash balances compared with your annual operating budget. So if the size of those cash balances, the unrestricted and unassigned cash balances, equaled, say, a year's worth of operating expenditures, then you would have 365 days of cash on hand. Typically, we'd recommend a level of between 180 and 270 days or higher. The higher, the better, obviously, but in that range of 180 to 270 is what would be viewed as favorable by the lenders and investors and credit rating agencies. The second ratio that is important is the debt service coverage ratio. And the way to think about this is if you consider the revenues that come in from customers on the utility system, and then you pay all of the operating expenses, the money that you have left over at that point compared to that year's principal and interest payment. Obviously, you need to have at least enough money to cover the principal and interest payment, and you'd like to have some extra. So if you had $1 to make $1 worth of principal and interest payments, that's a 1x coverage ratio. If you had $2 available to make that $1 payment, that's a 2x coverage ratio. So the higher, the better. We'd recommend a level of 1.4x or higher. And so what that means in practical terms is that when we're looking at setting customer rates, we're setting those rates at a level that will generate a high enough coverage ratio to make the payment. So we're not just trying to barely make the payments each year, and a high enough cash flow to let you build that adequate rainy day fund. I want to talk through some of the other key assumptions that we made, because when you get into a complex and robust financial model, it's largely driven by the assumptions that you put into that model. So I'd like to talk through those for just a second. In each scenario, we assume that the county debt fund, so that is that you borrow to fund the cost of the project, and that you do that in fiscal year 2024. You'll need time, as Joe mentioned, for the environmental permitting process, time for the design and engineering, and then you'll bid the construction out. And so we would assume that you would time the borrowing to coincide with the start of the construction. We've also assumed that you amortize that loan over 25 years. And then we backed into the annual revenue increases that would be required in order to meet those targeted financial ratios. And we assumed that you started to increase the rates over a 5-year period in equal amounts, with the exception of scenario 5, which is the Henderson alternative, which I'll talk about separately. But under each of the scenarios, so you don't have rate shock. You don't wait until the year you borrow the money and then you increase customer rates dramatically. You go ahead and start doing that beginning in fiscal year 2022 to smooth that out. We also had to make assumptions about customer growth, for example. So we've assumed 3.2% customer growth. So in addition to the higher rate increases, the higher rate customer rates, you're also benefiting from new customers coming into the system. And then we had to make assumptions on revenues and expenditures into the future. For example, if you build a new treatment plant, we know that there are going to be personnel costs, there's going to be electricity costs to operate that. So we made assumptions about what those operating costs would be for the new treatment facility. We similarly knew that there would be budgetary savings because you're no longer purchasing water. So we built that into the model as well. Again, a robust Excel-based model that we can flip lots of switches and run lots of scenarios with. So essentially what that model is doing is on the left side of the inputs, we're looking at things like your existing debt. How does that debt get retired currently, which frees up capacity? We're looking at the financial performance, both historically and projected. We're looking at the capital improvement plan, the projects that we want to fund. And then we're also looking at your credit profile. So where have you been from a financial ratio perspective? And then some of the outputs, I mentioned those 2 key ratios that we look at, but we also want to ensure compliance with financial policies and targets, want to maintain a good credit rating. The model has peer comparisons in it, so you can see how your ratios would stack up against peers. And then it shows the operating, the financial performance into the future, the revenue and expenditure performance. So a really robust planning tool that we'll continue to use throughout this process as new construction cost and other information becomes available. So now I'd like to talk about the impact on customer rates. And the page that I have up on the screen is a one-page summary of the impact over the next 5 years to customer rates for each of the 6 different scenarios. And there are a lot of numbers on this page. I recognize that. And so what I want to do is take a few minutes to just orient you. Our goal in putting all the numbers on the page was so that you could see each of the 6 scenarios, that you could look at different customer types. You could see what the increase would be in terms of percentage increase, in terms of dollar increase over time. So we wanted a one-page summary. So let me just spend a few minutes walking through. There are essentially 6 different rows on this page. We have a row for each scenario. So for example, we have scenario 1, the Carr Lake Western route that Joe talked about. We have scenario 2, the Carr Lake Eastern route. We have scenario 3, the Carr Lake Warren route, so on and so forth. And then I'm going to focus on just that top scenario to sort of orient you to what all the numbers are on the page, and then it'll make it easier as you look down the page. So within each scenario, we wanted to show the customer rate impact for both a low volume customer, that would be your typical residential customer. And as you're aware, the residential customer, in this case, we've assumed 3,000 gallons per month of usage. They pay 2 charges. They pay a base charge each month that gets them up to 2,000 gallons of water. And then they pay a consumption-based charge based on how much water they use above and beyond that. And they pay $7.30 per 1,000 gallons. And then we also wanted to focus on a high volume customer so that you could see the impact on a high volume customer. And that customer pays $5.75 per 1,000 gallons. So their actual bill is based on how much they use, but that's the rate that they pay. Moving to the right, we wanted to show you the current year rates being charged to a customer. So that entire column is the 2021 rates. If you did nothing, that's where your rates are. So we show it for both the low volume at $37.30 and the high volume at $5.75. Then the columns out to the right, the next 5 columns show each of the next 5 years what that rate increase would need to be. So for example, right now, a low volume customer is paying $37.30 per month. Under this scenario, under scenario 1, the Carr Lake Western route, that bill in the next year would go to $42.09, which is an increase of $4.79 a month. And then the next year it would go to $47.50. And you can see out to the right what each jump would be. Then we wanted to put another column all the way out to the far right to show you what the average annual increase to monthly rates would be. So that is, if we wanted to look on an average basis, what are we talking about each year? What would the monthly bill increase by? So for that residential customer, $6.19. And so I think a reader of this page, depending on your perspective, might gravitate towards certain information. You might say, well, I'm really focused on the residential customer, so I want to look at that row, or I'm really focused on the high volume customer. I'll tell you that my eye goes, when I look at this chart, to that far right column, and for each scenario, what is that average annual increase associated with each one? I mentioned earlier, and I want to just flag for you, so you might look at these ranges and see $6.19, $6.44, $8.17, $8.34, largely dependent on the construction cost of the project. That's one of the biggest variables. That Henderson alternative, we don't have all of the detailed information to be as definitive in that scenario as we are in the others. But one key difference under this scenario, which in this page is scenario 5, is that the rate increase comes all in the first year. We don't know exactly how that would be phased, but we made that assumption. So whereas these other scenarios up above, the percentage increase is spread out. You might recall I mentioned that stair step approach so that you don't have the rate shock. So we wanted to point that out to you. and make sure that you're aware of that. So again, some things that I want to just flag for you. You should expect under any of these scenarios, and I would be remiss if I didn't say this, and I think Joe covered it as well, that under each scenario, there is a rate increase associated with it. There's just simply not a scenario where you can construct a project that is $100+ million and not have to pass that cost through to the customer. And so in each of these, to varying degrees, there is a rate increase. I'd like to, in conclusion, summarize some of our findings as your financial advisor. In each of these scenarios, and I'll pause and say our role as your financial advisor, I think you know this, but is to advise you as to whether the plan of finance is both appropriately conservative and whether it would enable you to maintain the financial ratios that would be expected by lenders, investors, rating agencies, and the North Carolina Local Government Commission. And so we did conclude that the cost increase associated with each of these scenarios is achievable and affordable, with the caveat that that Henderson alternative has extremely preliminary estimates and that we lack the detailed inputs to provide an accurate rate increase under that scenario. In other client assignments that we work on, the financial modeling itself might identify certain scenarios that are viable and certain scenarios that are not viable. That is to say, sometimes the financial modeling alone might dictate options that should not be considered. But in this case, each of the options, in our opinion, is financially viable. And the approach being laid out and the process that you're using in terms of this thorough and meticulous planning and design is identical to the process used by our other clients. I know a project of this scope can seem overwhelming in the work and the analysis that's required for it, but I do want to assure you that the path that the county is going down has been well traveled by other utility systems around the state, and the path that you're following in terms of looking at the financial cost and the rate impact and the financial ratios in each of the different scenarios is the same one that our other clients have been down previously, and assure you that we'll be with you each step of the way through this process. So the next step for our firm would be to continue to work with your staff and engineers using this financial model to refine and update the model in parallel with the design and engineering process. So we know that none of this is static information. You'll constantly get new information on construction cost estimates and timing, and we'll keep coming back to the financial model and updating it and providing you with updates so that you'll be in a position that when the construction bids come in and you're ready to break ground, we coincide financing or borrowing to match up with that exact moment in time to give you the bond proceeds, the money to go construct the project. So I'll now yield back to Mr. Jim Sheedy.
Thank you for that, Walter. And thank you, Joe and Adam, for your thoughtful presentation as well. A couple of things that I want to make sure that the commissioners gleaned, especially from First Trion's presentation. Do not assume that the percentage rate increases that you saw for the 5 scenarios continue in perpetuity. They do not. That is a 5-year plan to raise revenues to a sufficient level to satisfy the public markets so that your bonds are saleable and you can raise the necessary capital to do your project. So at the end of the 5-year period, is anticipated that if there are increases in your rates going forward, that will be a function of normal, ordinary increases in the cost of operation, maintenance, and amortization in connection with your existing utility system. The other thing that I want to emphasize with respect to First Trion's presentation, which again, you may have already gathered, but I think it warrants some emphasis, that now is a almost unprecedented time to be engaging in a public debt issue while interest rates are at record lows. While there are fluctuations in construction costs, and at times over the last few years, all three of us, or all three firms, this firm certainly, MBD, LKC, and First Tryon, have seen some aggressive construction costs. Even in an aggressive construction cost environment, you can imagine that the savings that you yield in a low interest rate environment on a 25-year public debt issue completely overshadows fluctuations in construction costs. Those of you who are in the development community probably have a very good handle on that without my saying any more. Having money available at fixed rates for 20, 25 years at sub 2.5% rates is just unbelievable. The bottom line here is if the county wants more water, the cost of water is going to increase in the future regardless. There is nothing that any of us can do as professionals to change that maxim. And even if the county does not secure more water, in the event that Henderson builds the expansion to Carr Lake Regional Water, based upon Henderson's Withers Ravenel report, Henderson is going to be charging the county a significant amount more than it has been. Significant infrastructure projects to manage growth are unavoidably expensive. Initially, until the number of customers gets larger so that the fixed costs are spread over more customers. The engineers showed you that in the later years, the finished water cost as the customer base increases declines. Keep in mind as you think about all of the busy charts and graphs that you've seen, that these project costs, these interest rate estimates, these rate increases are a snapshot in time. They're an estimate. And as we delay, these variables are going to change. And I'm not signaling to you that your professionals are advocating delay. First Tryon has carefully balanced minimum rate increases while planning for future customer growth. The study is done. There's no need to study anymore. At this point, it is time to begin to actually pursue these 6 options and to come back to this board for approvals on an as-needed basis in the event that we are actually achieving some of these milestones. For example, if there's an Army Corps agreement, the board has to approve it. If we're going to be spending more money, the board has to approve it. I will now turn this back to your county manager. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jim. And thank you, board, for listening to this very, very complex issue. Lots of pieces and parts and moving elements to this whole process. I would be remiss if I didn't also say thank you to the many contributors to this process. A great deal of time, discussion, technical detail has gone into this process and the development of this information. And so again, I appreciate everyone's attention as we've talked through the process tonight. Chairman Dunston and commissioners, as the next step in this process, the request for action by the board tonight is a motion to approve and adopt the recommendations and instruct the engineers, financial advisors, county staff, and utility attorney to pursue the recommendations and return to the commissioners as further approvals are needed.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve.
Is that move to approve by Mr. Shriver?
Shriver, yes, sir.
And the second was by who?
Mr. Speed, I believe.
The second was by Mr. Speed. We will have a roll call vote. Ms. Dickinson,
Yes.
Mr. Shriver,
Yes.
Mr. Speed,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Bunn,
Yes.
Mr. Ford.
We have no discussion on this whatsoever. I
No,
mean,
we've discussed it.
excuse me now?
We've discussed it.
I had questions, but I don't guess that matters. But if you want to run it that way, I guess I'll have to do a no vote. I mean, I had more questions, but seeing that that's not allowed, I have no other way but to say no to it.
All right. I vote yes. The yeses have it, and it is so ordered. All right. Our next item on our agenda is other business. No other business? Next item is appointments. Agriculture Board. Board is asked to reappoint Cliff Freeman, Franklinton Township, for a term to expire on June 30th, 2023.
So move.
Moved by Mr. Bunn,
Second.
second by Mr. Jones. Any questions? Ms. Dickinson,
Yes.
Mr. Shriver,
Yes.
Mr. Speed,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Bunn,
Yes.
Mr. Ford.
Yes.
Yes, it's having it so ordered. Item 9 is board manager and clerk comments. It's time set aside for the Board of County Commissioners, county manager, and the clerk of the board to report on various activities. The board may also discuss other items of interest. Madam Clerk?
Chairman, no comments at this time.
All right. Ms. Dixon?
Yeah, just very short. I just want to say I have enjoyed my time being a commissioner. These past 4 years, sometimes it seems slow, sometimes really fast. And I really enjoyed working with all the commissioners, all the staff, and serving our community, our county. And I appreciate all of y'all, and I wish you the best in the future.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Shriver?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to, first of all, congratulate you on your 16 years of service to this board and to the community.
Thank you.
I say that with very much heartfelt feelings, and wish we had the presence to be together for a good handshake and a laugh. But thank you for that, for your service. And to Shelley, I kind of feel like I'm losing a little bit of my confidant, kind of, that we worked together on some really good committees together and learned a lot of things. We started out together. That puzzle we did, that game we played in our introduction we had to go do through the School of Government, what have you. So I'm gonna miss you being around, but I'm sure that I'm gonna continue to see you. I'm very confident that you will not go away. So, and if you do, somebody may be looking for you. So other than that, congratulations to both of you all for your service, and maybe you can stick around every once in a while and keep the rest of us sane.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speed?
Yes, a couple of things. I would like to thank this entire board while we're still together for taking me under your wing 3 years ago upon recommendation of the Democratic Executive Committee. I have enjoyed working with each and every one of you. Certainly congratulations to our chairman for his lengthy service to the county. And Shelley, we're certainly going to miss you. Most definitely, you and Sydney both have been mentors to me. And you know, this thing started much longer than 3 years ago. It was 24 years ago that our chair approached me and asked me to run for a seat on this board. At this time, I don't remember who he was, what seat he was wanting me to fill at that time, but my answer was no. I don't remember my reasoning on that, but as I look back, it was probably a wise decision. I was not mature enough to handle it at that time. But I am ready now to deal with the issues of the county, and I really appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Mr. Jones?
Couple comments again. Commissioner Dunston, I want to congratulate you on your retirement from the Board of Commissioners. We go way back and we share a lot of things, some good days, and some not so good days. But through all, you've been a mentor to me, and we thank you for all your service.
Thank you.
Listen, Franklin County are better off because of your service on this board.
Thank you very much.
And to Shelley, we want to thank you for your service. You've been very consistent and very diligent in showing your love for Franklin County and the citizens and how to make Franklin County better. It was you and Michael, I remember years ago, about water, how we get better water, more water. Tonight, we're on the way to do that. So to quote the old song that I hear all the time, for you, Commissioner Dunston and Commissioner Dickerson, may the work you've done speak for you. May the service you've given speak for you. May the life you live speak for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Bunn?
Yes, sir. I would like to thank Mr. Dunston and Ms. Dickerson for their time and service on this board, and it was a pleasure and an honor to work with both of y'all. And I appreciate it, and we're going to miss you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Bunn. Mr. Foy?
I have nothing to comment on this at this moment.
All right. Madam Manager?
I'll just make a comment about the veterans event that happened Wednesday of this week. Last week, very successful event. Veterans were recognized even though we have the COVID situation going on. Actually had a very successful drive-through meal at Cross Creek Charter School. Would like to thank them for offering their facility, and the Justice Volunteer Fire Department prepared the food. So again, great supporters for our veterans here in the community, and really glad to see that. Open Broadband has continued. I met with them at the end of last week. They have continued with their installation of equipment. There's some testing going on out at Owens Park. We expect that turn up to be within days. And then they also have several test customers, sites at homes and businesses where they are testing. So again, expect to hear more about that. That's probably within 2 weeks before there'll be actual turn up as they represented to me. But again, making progress a little bit at the time on these very important issues. And as Commissioner Jones referenced, water, making progress as we move along. So thank you, board, for your attention.
Thank you so much, Madam Manager. And let me say again, thank you to all of you, all of the board, for your recognition tonight. It's a very humbling experience. Thank you so much. And I have enjoyed the time that I've had to serve on this board. Thank again the citizens of Franklin County for allowing me this opportunity to serve this great body and this great county. Thank you again. Item number 10 on our agenda is closed session. The board is asked to enter into closed session pursuant to the following North Carolina General Statutes. General Statute, just a minute, let me see which ones they are. North Carolina General Statute 143-1318.11A3, attorney-client privilege communications. And North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A5, real property purchase, contracts, leases. What is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, before you ask for a motion there, I just want to clarify if we have one topic or two topics that will need to be discussed tonight. We have two different.
Two topics.
Okay, just want to make sure that was still the same. Thank you.
What's the pleasure of the board?
So
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Mr. Shriver, second by Mr. who? Bunn?
Other way, it was Mr. Speed, and then I second his motion.
Oh, Mr. Speed made the motion, Mr. Shriver second. Any questions? All right, Ms. Dickerson,
Yes.
Mr. Shriver, Mr. Speed,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Bunn,
Yes.
Mr. Foy.
No.
Yes, have it so ordered. We'll see you in closed session. Is everybody back? We will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, hang on just a second.
Okay.
A few more
Okay.
promoted to panelists. Okay, I think we're good now.
Good now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll entertain a motion to go back in open session.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Bunn, second by Mr. Shriver.
Sure.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. All right, to clear up just one issue, we went into closed session. And one of the discussions was to be on communications, which we didn't do. And so we want to strike that from the minutes. There were no decisions that were made in the closed session. So we will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Bunn, second by who?
Second.
Second by Mr. Jones. Any questions? All right, please wear your face mask, watch your distance, and wash your hands. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Mr. Chairman.
God bless the United States.
Good night. Take care.
See you Thursday
Good night,
night.
everybody.
See you
Thursday night,
at
7 o'clock.
Thursday night, 7 o'clock.